viewers, and welcome to another live sitting of the Parliament of St. Lucia. For today, Tuesday, August 19th, 2025, the session is about to commence. My name is Virgil Leonti. We do hope that you will stay with us throughout the day for today's proceedings.
Let us pray. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding. We, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we have in thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interest, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be the glory of thy blessed name, and maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public will, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with all us evermore. Amen.
Good morning, members. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bills: Payment Systems and Services, CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty, Administration of Small Succession Amendment, Passport Amendment, Banking Amendment. I am in receipt of correspondence advising of the absence of the member for Vieux-Fort South. I don't know. I don't know why that's there. Okay, the CARICOM Arrest Warrant Treaty is actually being debated today. Members, join me in extending birthday greetings to the member for Soufrière Fonsejac, and belated birthday greetings to the member for Castries Southeast, celebrated on Saturday. Sunday, the 17th of August 2025, marked 4 years since I assumed the role of Speaker of the House, and 16 of the 17 members also took the oath of allegiance to the House. Statement from ministers. Minister for Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, permit me this opportunity, as I beg your indulgence and that of this Honourable House, to present this statement in relation to the electricity bill, which is down on the order paper for first reading today. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that on the 11th March this year, I presented a statement to this Honourable House as a precursor to the second reading of the bill entitled Electricity. I indicated then that this government, of which I am part of, believes that a well-functioning electricity system is necessary to underpin and develop a strong, robust national economy. I also said that this government is committed to ensuring that all citizens, including the business sector and investors, enjoy and benefit from safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to electricity. This commitment by the government was made and is being reverberated today against the historical backdrop of the benefits that St. Lucians have enjoyed for decades from an efficient, reliable, and safe electricity power supply generated by fossil fuel, but at spiraling costs. Mr. Speaker, it is for this very reason that the process started towards reforming and modernizing the electricity sector through pertinent legislative re-engineering. The journey started in 2013 under the leadership of the then Minister for Sustainable Development, Energy, Science and Technology, Dr. James Fletcher, who recognized the importance of diversifying the sources of energy to reduce our country's reliance on imported fuel, fossil fuels, and to provide us with greater energy security. With the support of a World Bank project, the Energy Unit engaged a consultant to provide advice to the government on electricity sector reform and to draft several pieces of electricity sector legislation. Specifically, the consultant legislative drafter was tasked with 1, developing a new electricity supply bill, 2, developing model licenses for LUSLEC with all the relevant schedules and performance targets, and 3, developing a suite of regulations to ensure consistency with the new modern legislative framework. In 2016, again under Dr. Fletcher's watch, new legislation was introduced to amend the Electricity Act to create a new regulatory authority, the National Utilities Regulatory Commission, or the NUC as we call it, which is responsible for regulating both the water and electricity sectors, and also to allow the NUC to license and regulate electricity and renewable sources. This latter amendment, Mr. Speaker, ended the 80-year monopoly that LUSLEC previously enjoyed for the generation of electricity. Notwithstanding, LUSLEC still has the monopoly for transmission and distribution, because our market is too small to make transmission and distribution attractive enough to any new investors. However, the way was now clear for the entry of independent power producers, IPPs, and new investments in renewable energy generation aimed at achieving energy independence, energy security, and energy resilience. It is for these reasons, Mr. Speaker, that the decision to review the Electricity Supply Act was made in the year 2013 to achieve energy independence, energy security, and energy resilience through reduced dependence on fossil fuels in the most affordable and sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, the review process involved a series of legislative consultations with several entities, including government agencies, Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, commonly called CECRE, Lucia, the National Utilities Regulatory Commission, the NUC, the general public, and other significant social and economic stakeholders in our society. During the legislative review of the primary and secondary electricity sector laws of Grenada and St. Lucia, under the Eastern Caribbean Energy Regulatory Authority, ESERA, that project, two independent consultants identified several gaps and inconsistencies in both countries' legislation. Consequently, a series of technical working meetings comprising key stakeholders ensued numerous rounds of consultation spanning several years in the country. A negotiating committee was also established with representatives from the NUC, the utility, and the government of St. Lucia, which focused on challenges, best practices, technical analysis, financial implications, and other areas relating to the energy sector. As the legislative changes progressed, several iterations were shared and amended before arriving at the final draft. Partners who supported various aspects of the drafts include the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, the World Bank, USAID, GIZ, TAPSEC, that is German Corporation for International German Corporation for International Cooperation, Technical Assistance Program for Sustainable Energy in the Caribbean, and the regional and other international agencies. Mr. Speaker, on completion of the draft, that is in September of 2024, public stakeholder consultations were held in Castries, where there was no turnout, Grosile, Soufrière, Micoud, Dennery, and Vieux-Fort. And Mr. Speaker, I must indicate that ahead of those stakeholder consultation, there was a widespread public announcements and public invitations extended. The private sector, the Chamber of Commerce, Consumer Affairs, Manufacturing Association, will also engage through this process of consultation. Prior to the holding of the meetings and throughout the consultation period, the draft bill was circulated for public consumption and comment. Periodic updates were also presented to me as the Minister responsible for energy. Consultations were conducted on the 3rd of October, with additional calls being made for comments on the document prior to completion. No additional comments were received during the month period to the end, all the way to the end of the consultations. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Energy and Public Utilities Division submitted a final draft of the electricity bill to the Cabinet of Ministers, incorporating the proposed recommendations for amendment from Lucia, the NUC, and other public comments and the Attorney General's chambers. In December 2024, the Energy and Public Utilities Division received a 12-page document from Alliance for Green Innovation and Technology detailing feedback on the presentation shared at the island-wide public consultations. Further, Mr. Speaker, the EPUD commissioned, that is EPUD, Energy and Public Utilities Division, commissioned a further review of the legislation with the support of the CDB. Independent consultants were tasked with reviewing the legislation against the CDB's minimum regulatory functions, MRF framework. The report showed that the bill aligned with the framework for transitioning to a renewable energy-based electricity sector. Further meetings were held with former Energy Minister James Fletcher and private business owners. These meetings primarily focused on the electricity tariff regulations, capacity limits, and form of billing for renewable energy. As it pertains to the draft electricity bill, no concrete comments that warranted changes to the bill have been made. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this extensive process, there are individuals at this time who are expressing concerns about the draft legislation and still asking for an opportunity to make a contribution. I believe, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the extensive process which started as far back as 2013 and the numerous occasions and opportunities afforded to the general public to participate in the various consultations and the various meetings held, the assistance provided, technical assistance provided by international agencies, the GIZ, the World Bank, and other international agencies, the CDB, etc. It is, for me, an opportunity when I present the bill for first reading to ask that the bill be read a second time at a later date. This, Mr. Speaker, is a demonstration of the understanding of this government. It's a demonstration of transparency. It's a demonstration of tolerance and to be able to work together with the general public. Only last night, Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity of speaking to Dr. James Fletcher after receiving a number of calls, an opportunity to speak with the Chamber of Commerce, who've asked that they would need at least an extra 2 weeks just to consolidate their thoughts on the bill. A number of other individuals have sent messages asking for time to consolidate their thoughts on the legislation. Mr. Speaker, this piece of legislation is an important landmark legislation that we must channel and pilot through the Parliament of this, through the Parliament. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the proposed new Electricity Act, if I should reiterate, is a completely new piece of legislation for the sector that will capture all relevant previous amendments and revolutionize the electricity sector here in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this transformative piece of legislation, which has been in the making since 2013, more than 10 years, is expected to achieve the established objectives of a secure, safe, reliable, and cost-effective, resilient, and independent electricity sector. Mr. Speaker, the draft electricity bill represents a bold and necessary step forward for St. Lucia. It provides a modern legal framework that will drive investment, increase renewable energy penetration, and improve the overall efficiency of our electricity sector. However, Mr. Speaker, Notwithstanding the tremendous effort and volume of work infused into this important national initiative throughout the years, the importance of this revolutionary and transformative piece of legislation to the citizenry of St. Lucia deserves one more window of opportunity for additional public ventilation and scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the depth and breadth of the public's interest, the heightened expectation, the euphoric excitement and the energy that this transformative piece of legislation has been generating wants that window of opportunity for deeper conversation, debate and meaningful contribution to this historic landmark legislation. Mr. Speaker, there's heightened ecstatic passion, renewed vigor and exuberance among sector professionals, not only here in St. Lucia, but throughout the wider region and the world, as the information filters through society and interests of local, regional, and international investors continue to heighten. Hence the reason, Mr. Speaker, for further ventilation, for full absorption of the benefits and opportunities, but also for enriched recommendations, if any, at this time. The draft electricity bill, Mr. Speaker, represents a bold and necessary step forward for St. Lucia. It provides a modern legislative framework that will drive investment, increase renewable energy penetration, and improve the overall efficiency of our electricity sector debate. In this regard, therefore, I shall later during today's proceedings propose that this Honourable House give consideration to the second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the House. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Papers to be laid, Minister for Finance.
I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 106 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 107 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to approve Draft Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 order. Statutory Instrument number 108 of 2025, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2023 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Statutory Instrument number 109 of 2025, Stamp Duty Amendment of Schedule number 2 Regulations. Statutory Instrument number 111 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 10 order. Statutory Instrument number 112 of 2025, Supplement to the revised editions of the laws commencement order. Statutory Instrument number 118 of 2025, Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 order. Statutory Instrument number 119 of 2025, Value-Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 120 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives, Tapion Dialysis St. Lucia Limited order. Statutory Instrument number 121 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives, St. Lucia Distillers Limited order. Statutory Instrument number 123 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment Schedule 1 number 11 order. St. Lucia Development Bank Annual Report 2020-2021, Navigating Uncertainty. National Insurance Corporation Annual Report June 2020 to June 2021. Financial Intelligence Authority Annual Report 2022.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 113 of 2025, Tourism Development Al Dante Limited order. Statutory Instrument number 114 of 2025, Tourism Development Belju St. Lucia Limited number 2 order. Statutory Instrument number 115 of 2025, Tourism Development Le Sport St. Lucia Limited order. Statutory Instrument number 116 of 2025, Tourism Development Windjammer Landing Company Limited order.
Minister for Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 110 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 10 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 117 of 2025, Consumer Protection, Appointment of Member of the Consumer Protection Council, Number 2 Order. Statutory Instrument Number 122 of 2025, Price Control Amendment Number 11 Order. St. Lucia, Export St. Lucia Annual Report, April 2023 to March 2024.
Motions, Minister for Finance.
Whereas under Section 1091E of the Value Added Tax, Cap 15.4 to the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedule in the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act, that an order made pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariff headings only. And whereas the Minister of Finance was granted approval by the Value Added Tax Resolution of Parliament to approve draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedules 1 and 3 Order, starting instrument number 84 of 2023, to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated goods for a period of 2 years, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any materials for a period of 2 years, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2023 and ending on the 1st day of August 2025, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the specified customs tariffs. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2 Order to amend Schedule 1 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated goods under the following customs tariff heading: sanitary towels, PD, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials for an additional period of 1 year, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and end on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariffs headings: solar panel mounts, data loggers, complete systems, charge controllers and inverters, deep cycle batteries, communication cabling, Ethernet switches, protective devices, communication devices, cables, insulator switches, insulators, MC4 connectors, battery clamp junction boxes, combiner boxes, solar panels, direct current DC, alternative current AC cables, control devices, other DC and AC components, control components. Be it resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2 Order, which amends Schedule 1 of the Act to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated items goods under the following customs tariffs: sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. Mr. Speaker, this resolution speaks to the zero rating of two sets of products. One, Mr. Speaker, PV systems, and the other sanitary products, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will deal with the PV systems first and then speak briefly on the amendments as they relate to sanitary products and also inform members of the results of the zero rating of goods purchased in the supermarkets. So, Mr. Speaker, allow me to inform Cabinet that the Parliament has been asked to extend for an additional year, commencing 2nd August 2025 to 1st August 2026, the net effect of the amendments of Schedules 1 and 3 of the VAT Act and the amendments to the Income Tax Act, thereby lowering the effective cost of solar PV systems and consequently continuing to boost their level of adoption. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the VAT Act refer to permitting zero rating of components critical to the installation of PV systems, while the amendments to the Income Tax Act allow for expenditures associated with PV systems to be classified as deductions over and above the 30,000 cap on PAYE deductions. Mr. Speaker, the desire to increase the level of adoption of PV systems is consistent with the Eastern Caribbean Solar Challenge Race to the Sun, led by the Caribbean Nationally Determined Contribution Finance Initiative. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I indicated, and we repeat, historically, that solar PV prices in the OECS have been higher than the global average. In St. Lucia, solar PV prices an average of EC $7,000 per kilowatt hour, and consequently, most residential PV systems are offering the region of 20,000 to 25,000. These prices are relatively high, and consequently, adoption has been low. Mr. Speaker, given the policy by this government, instituted in 2023, we have seen an increase in the adoption of the systems. However, we think that not sufficient time was given for most persons to take advantage of the initiative. Hence, the decision of government to extend the zero rating for a further year. Mr. Speaker, as we indicated, when the policy was introduced 2 years ago, the suggested amendments identify components by HS code that are directly related to the installation of PV systems and ensures that the VAT on these are zero rated. Mr. Speaker, most of these items currently enjoy low to no import duties, and as such, the VAT remains the only significant government charge. Mr. Speaker, we estimated that the suggested components amount to more than 50% of the typical cost of a PV system, and we believe, Mr. Speaker, that by removing VAT on these items, this will contribute to a material 12.5% or more reduction in the price. Mr. Speaker, in support of such a policy, I wish to share estimates done by the Department of Energy, which show that under the assumption of 500 households installing such systems, St. Lucia can reduce its annual carbon emission by 526.3 tons and save 1,800 watts of electricity and 44,226 gallons of diesel fuel annually. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments are anticipated to lower the cost of PV systems by 30.5% from an average of 7,000 per kilowatt or just 8,000 per kilowatt. This reduction, Mr. Speaker, the combined effect of the anticipated 12.5% reduction in the direct upfront costs due to the VAT amendments and the tax savings due to the income tax amendments. While we recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the tax savings will be received by the household only after they have filed their taxes, it still represents a savings that can be used to defray some of the upfront costs of PV systems. We anticipate, Mr. Speaker, that such adjustment will further increase the level of adoption and redound to some of the benefits mentioned above. Mr. Speaker, I also want to point out that this represents a first step in the direction of transitioning our energy mix, and the complementary proposals will be announced over the near to medium term. Mr. Speaker, you heard this morning the Minister for Infrastructure spoke of the Electricity Supply Act, and he indicated that considering the need for further consultation and discussion, the Electricity Supply Act will be read in this Honourable House at a later sitting, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it is part of the government's position, one, of reducing the importation of fossil fuels in St. Lucia, and two, reducing the cost of energy generally for solutions, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, government is zero rating. That means there will be no 12.5% on PV systems and the required components, meaning that the price to the consumer will be 12.5% less, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, the income tax amendments mean that consumers can claim income tax allowances for the use of PV systems, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this flies and it shows that this government, accused of overtaxing with no evidence, another example of how government will continue to reduce the tax burden on citizens of St. Lucia who purchase PV systems, Mr. Speaker. Without any shred of evidence, Mr. Speaker, without any shred of evidence, Mr. Speaker, you hear the loud cries of the opposition of St. Lucia is overtaxed, Mr. Speaker. In the last budget, we again increased the allowable allowances for the income tax owner in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, after we had increased the threshold, Mr. Speaker. And now further, we are zero rating a number of items, Mr. Speaker, including PV systems. Again, Mr. Speaker, if the evidence shows that St. Lucia's tax to GDP ratio is lower than most countries in the world and most countries in CARICOM, but the opposition continues, as usual, to make the claim that St. Lucia is overtaxed, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we see this is another piece of evidence, concrete evidence, that cannot be disputed of the government's position as it relates to taxation and renewable energy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to the other part of the resolution. Mr. Speaker, it is very strange how members of the opposition can just get up and say whatever they want. Just say something, Mr. Speaker, and then their surrogates get very annoyed when you criticize them and you tell them they are not speaking the truth. Get very annoyed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night, a lady purporting to be a candidate for the opposition was on public TV. And when the defense will be made, Mr. Speaker, I want the defense to be made, or when the attack will be made on me for saying that, I want it to be repeated exactly how I said it. A lady was on television last night deliberately misleading the public of St. Lucia, saying to them that sanitary products, there was VAT on sanitary products, and asking the government to remove the VAT on sanitary products this week. Mr. Speaker, and if you doubt me, I will play the tape for you if you want to hear the evidence, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, do you think it's right for somebody to go on public TV and make such a blatant misrepresentation of the facts, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in August 2023, we came to this honorable house and we zero-rated all sanitary products, Mr. Speaker, in August 2023. And this expires in August 2025. And now, in August 25, we are coming to this honorable house to say we are zero-rating sanitary products forever. But these people will go on public television and with a straight face deliberately mislead the public. Deliberately, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the issue of sanitary products will not die. They will not die. Because, you know, there's a streak going around this country nowadays that anytime you speak the truth, they tell you, don't attack this person, don't go in the past. Anytime you speak the truth, don't attack this person, don't go in the past. But they are allowed to say whatever they want. To say whatever they want, when they want, without proof, bring back their words, say they never said it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember when in my budget statement, and I'm speaking about VAT on sanitary products, when in my budget statement, I made the point that the government, in an effort to reduce period poverty, was given to the Ministry of Education $250,000 in the first instance to help alleviate period poverty, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition went crazy. They accused St. Lucia of being worse than Haiti. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to allow us to bring these recordings in the Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Because every Sunday, these lies are just say whatever they want, Mr. Speaker. I would like you, I beg your indulgence, to allow us to bring these recordings in the Parliament for the people of St. Lucia to hear, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was accused of all kinds of things, making St. Lucia Haiti. Why in the world would that happen? And because even one of my colleagues, and you talk about disrespect to people, you talk about disrespect when the Minister of Education was Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education, what was said about him, because his ministry was the ministry that would implement the policy of reduction of period poverty, what was said about him, what was implied about him, Mr. Speaker, I will not say in this honorable house. Out of respect for women, I will not say it, Mr. Speaker. No one said anything. Nobody said to the person who said so, a leading member of the opposition, nobody said to him, you should not say that, Mr. Speaker. No one said to him. No one said that to him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they attacked and they vilified and they criticized. At that time, they were not thinking about, at that time, it was not convenient to speak about how we could help the women of this country. It was not convenient to speak about the mother who sometimes had to make a choice to send her child to school. The choice was between buying bread and buying sanitary products. At that time, there was no talk about dignity for our women folk. No talk about it. Convenience, truth, Mr. Speaker. No time for that talk. No one in the opposition said this is a policy that should be followed because it leads to the dignity, helps the dignity of women, particularly our young girls, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we were taken apart. We were torn apart. No women in the opposition supported it. No women. Not one of them said this policy, it will assist the people, the women and the young girls who can't afford sanitary products, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, today, we are very happy that our policy was followed by one of the larger and most prosperous CARICOM countries, Mr. Speaker. Our policy of VAT zero rating of sanitary products, Mr. Speaker, was followed by a country, Mr. Speaker, a country that all of us know well, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it shows the barren nature and the opportunistic nature of the opposition in this country. When history shows that our policy of zero rating of VAT items was a correct policy, they pedaled back and said what they meant was they would make it better. It's the same way, Mr. Speaker. Every policy, they would have do it, they should have do it, and they could have do it, Mr. Speaker. They always should have and could have do something, Mr. Speaker. They want the public to forget. They want the public to forget that they were in government for 4 years, for 5 years, and they've been stretched it to 5, a little more than 5, Mr. Speaker. And the policies that they promised, they never implemented. The policies that the manifesto never implemented, Mr. Speaker, and now they want to fool the public to say they would have done it because of COVID. They would have done it, Mr. Speaker. We'll have the discussion. And you know, and this is why it's very early. They want to silence us, Mr. Speaker. And they accuse, Mr. Speaker, you talk about disrespect for women. So, Mr. Speaker, the domestic violence bill, Mr. Speaker, one of the government's initiatives, Mr. Speaker, about the protection of women, Mr. Speaker. In Cabinet, last week, we increased the subvention to the crisis center, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we decide to pay facility fees for the children to go to school, that's to help the dignity of women, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we pay CXC for single mothers because they want to pay CXC for the children, Mr. Speaker, this is improving the dignity of women of this country, Mr. Speaker. No government. And very soon, we are going to make a statement where over 2,000 temporary employees, more than half of them women, will get permanent employment under the Lucia Labour Party. This is how we deal with the dignity of women, Mr. Speaker. This is how we did. We deal with it with words, Mr. Speaker, and deeds. With deeds, Mr. Speaker. And that's what I stand for, Mr. Speaker. That is how we do it. So this zero rating of VAT is another, Mr. Speaker, way in which we're going to improve the dignity of you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the other charade is cost of living. Cost of living, the other charade, Mr. Speaker, cost of living. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that people deliberately mislead the public into what is the meaning of exempt items and zero-rated items. Deliberately, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Commerce will go further into that issue, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I want very briefly to announce to you and to announce to this Honorable House that because of this government's policies, more than 70 items in the supermarket, the prices have been reduced, Mr. Speaker. More than 70 items in the supermarket, the prices have been reduced because of the government's policy of zero-rating items in the supermarket, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I will allow my colleagues to tell you some of these items, Mr. Speaker. But once and for all, the opposition, in their deliberate attempts to mislead, are saying to the public that out of these 70 items, some were already exempt, as if pretending that exemption is the same as zero rating. And There are letters. When I was Minister of Commerce, I'm Mr. Speaker, and that is why the attack must be on me. The attack must be centered around me. Must be centered around me. Because when I was Minister of Commerce, we got letters over letters. And I'm sure the Minister of Commerce in the opposition did get these letters of the private sector asking us to adjust the exempt goods, Mr. Speaker. And the Minister of Commerce will explain further. They didn't have the courage to do it. They didn't have the courage to do it, Mr. Speaker. The economy could not afford the loss of revenue because there was sluggish economic growth. But because of the performance of revenue, Mr. Speaker, because of the expansion of the economy, we can give back to the public the VAT that they would have paid on these items, Mr. Speaker. So we took the bold step. And the exempt goods, we zero-rated them, and those that were standard were also zero-rated, Mr. Speaker. 70 goods got this treatment, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure my colleagues will go into more detail. But I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, some of the biggest items that a reduction took place, Mr. Speaker. And they won't silence me, never silence me. They can't. Hunt's ketchup. It was $111.95. That's the big container. Right now, it costs $99.51, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, so what they want to do is to make you believe that didn't exist. That's not true. That's not true. I heard one of them say that the Grosvenor police station had to be built on the same site. Mr. Speaker, peanut butter, 794 grams, was $19.25. Because of this government policies, it's now $17.11, Mr. Speaker. Cheese, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 70 of these items. And you know, Mr. Speaker, as soon as they speak about their beliefs, the reality that they fail, Mr. Speaker, they fail to agree that this country has issues. Of course we have issues in this country. This country always has issues. Of course. And we admit that there are issues and we want to solve them, Mr. Speaker. But the truth, the reality is that under this government, our policies have impacted positively on the majority of St. Lucians, including the business sector, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unemployment at its lowest ever, they denied. They say the figures are wrong. Tourism arrivals, higher than 29, they denied. They say the figures are wrong. Everything that is true is wrong because it happened under the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support this resolution. I further ask members to indicate how the government's policies have impacted on the cost of living. We've indicated how the cost of PV solar systems will be reduced, Mr. Speaker. How we've also asked the public, we also asked Mr. Speaker to look at our policies of zero-rated items, how it will impact the cost of living, Mr. Speaker. These are real policies. Policies not by word of mouth, but policies by word of action, Mr. Speaker. Action. So in the coming weeks, Mr. Speaker, you will hear the misinformation will be doubled, tripled, whatever, Mr. Speaker. The misinformation. It has started. Reduce VAT on make VAT on sanitary napkins zero-rated. When from August 2023, sanitary products were already zero-rated, and now this morning, August, we are going to zero-rate it with no time period, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask members to support this resolution. I ask the public to align themselves with the truth. Not everything you read in social media is correct. I want to say it again. Not everything you read in social media is correct. There are people who are trolls. There are people who use social media as a means to peddle lies and misinformation. It's a deliberate thing, Mr. Speaker. Deliberately stretching misinformation and peddling misinformation, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, the sanctimonious attitude, the pretense, Mr. Speaker, the pretense. We must listen carefully. I want people to listen to the words and the actions of the opposition. Listen. So the sanctimonious behavior of hear no evil, see no evil. I just came from heaven. That posture, Mr. Speaker, must be called out. And I know, Mr. Speaker, in the coming days and the coming months where the attacks are going to be, where the maliciousness will come from, Mr. Speaker, we are ready for it, Mr. Speaker. We're ready for it, Mr. Speaker. I will always represent the interest of the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, particularly the people of Castries East. I will always represent them, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell them that this government cares about them. We put people first, Mr. Speaker, and together we must protect that victory so the people of St. Lucia can benefit from the policies of the St. Lucia Labour Party. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include Schedule 1, Number 2 order as zero-rated goods, the following customs tariff headings. Goods under the following customs tariff: sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. And for an additional period of 1 year, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components for photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariff headings: solar panel mounts, data loggers, complete systems, charge controllers and inverters, deep cycle batteries, communication cabling, Ethernet cable and switches, protective devices, communications devices, cable isolator switches and isolators, MC4 connectors, battery clamp and junction boxes, combiner and combiner boxes, solar panels, direct current DC, alternative current AC cables, and control devices, other DC AC components, and control components. Member for Suzel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in listening to the mover of the resolution, Mr. Speaker, you would get the impression that the opposition did not support the removal of the VAT on sanitary and also the photovoltaic equipment, Mr. Speaker. But I want to remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that at the time when the Prime Minister was referring to a new levy that was coming in, which was the health and security levy, and he was listing a number of items that would have come under that, I was the one who indicated then that we should include sanitary items for women on that, Mr. Speaker. You will go back and you will remember that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's also the message that the Prime Minister is trying to convey. When the Prime Minister suggests that somebody was indicating that there is VAT on sanitary napkins, the Prime Minister has to understand that there was an end date, which is the 1st of August 2025. Today is the 19th of August 2025. So if a female went to the supermarket yesterday that extension would not have been on there, Mr. Speaker. So for somebody to have made that statement, they were correct, that there is VAT, Mr. Speaker. So it's how this message is being conveyed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister went further. The Prime Minister went further to indicate that it was his government that reduced further or increased the amount that people could have claimed. But it was also his government that reduced the overall amount that people could have claimed when they were filing their tax returns, Mr. Speaker. They were the ones who reduced the amount, which have quite a few people, when they filed their submissions this year, recognized, but look at the amount of money that I now have to pay in revenue. And so the middle class at that point had come up in uproar, and then the Prime Minister and his cabinet had no choice but to further increase, to provide some sort of relief, Mr. Speaker. So if we want to speak the truth, let us speak the truth. Let's not give half-truths about what's going on. But, Mr. Speaker, the opposition supports the removal of VAT on these items because it helps, Mr. Speaker. So to come and speak as if we do not support, Mr. Speaker, is conveying a very wrong message, Mr. Speaker. And I thought it was necessary, Mr. Speaker, that I speak, and I recognize the fact, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member Soufre for Sejak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's another gentleman in the house, if above there, you know. There's another gentleman in the house, I'm not sure. That's our business. Happy birthday, member for Swazel Saltibus. Today is his birthday.
I wasn't aware of that, but happy birthday, member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, members, thank you. And we have quite a few August borns here. So member for Central Castries and others.
Six.
Huh? The six? Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution that was tabled by the member for Castries East and our humble Prime Minister. But Mr. Speaker, before I speak on the resolution before me, I want to take this moment to express condolences to the family of Mr. St. Rose. What's his first name? Mr. St. Rose, and the passing of Mr. St. Rose, who worked with me at the Bank of St. Lucia. I also want to express condolences to the parents of the victims of the young persons who lost their lives during the past week or so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking today on a matter that is of national importance. And that matter is that of, we have two resolutions specifically, one on solar photovoltaic systems and the other specifically on the issue of sanitary products. But Mr. Speaker, today I want us, and the member for Castries East has spent quite a bit of time on the issue of the photovoltaic systems and its implications for us and energy savings. I want us to spend some time not only on the issue of sanitary products, but on the whole issue of imported inflation and the impact on our country. All of us know, we watch the news every day, of what has caused us to be in the situation that we are in. As we listen to the news, we see what is happening in developed countries, in the United States of America, in England, in Canada, and all of us, all of St. Lucia, we have relatives overseas. The impact of inflation on countries. So today, as a Minister for Commerce and as a member of the cabinet of this government, I stand proudly to say that I endorse not only the resolution that is before us today, but I endorse the various actions that this government have taken to contain imported inflation into this country. And I believe that the various speakers in their contribution must take a moment in terms of that public education that we're doing. That whole issue of imported inflation, what it is that as a government we can do to contain it. And I am pleased, and I want to take a moment to remind St. Lucia of some of the action that we have taken in this Parliament from 2023 to now to contain the rising cost of goods and services, goods in particular, that we've imported. And I want to say some of the things that we have done as a government. The main one for me is the subsidy on rice, flour, and sugar. The main one being flour. This government has subsidized flour to the tune of millions of dollars to cause our persons to be able to buy bread and butter. And we must always continue to remind everyone who consumes bread that this government every day pays almost half of the price of the bread that you eat every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. And we must, anytime we have an opportunity, remind the people of St. Lucia that this government subsidizes bread every day. And you can take the action, compare a loaf of bread here, go to Grenada or Dominica. You see people coming off the boat and picking up bread, sugar from our shelves to take back to the other OECS countries. This government has maintained, through our policy of subsidy, has contained the price of basic foodstuffs. That is one. The second item that we've done, we've placed some items on price control. We have wrestled as a government, and in particular as the Minister for Commerce, I am the minister responsible. I interact with the business community, and I also have responsibility for our consumers. So I walk a thin line every day. Our business community, when you engage them, they are very unhappy with us putting certain items on the price control. But the main reason why we put certain items on price control is that we can contain the prices, especially for some of the items that we have in what you call our baskets of goods. We have done so, and that is the reason why we first went in and put sanitary napkins on the price control and zero-rated it. Because when we did the research, we made the decision, mothers had a decision to make, a choice, an unpleasant choice to make as to whether to send their daughters to school or whether to go and buy bread in the shop. And that is an unpleasant option that any mother has. And as a result, as a government, we heard that cry and we put sanitary napkins on the price control, Mr. Speaker. But I want to tell you that in monitoring that particular incentive and policy, I want to read from a memo that was given to me by my staff. And I read, since the last compliance assessment, a recent evaluation by officers shows a general increase in prices, primarily due to rising cost of insurance and freight charges. So even when we put something like sanitary napkins on price control, the landed cost of the product continue to increase. Only this morning, one of the reporters downstairs came to me and said, but Minister, sanitary napkins, there are some brands that move by $6. There are things that we can contain and there are things that we cannot contain. we cannot contain the price of the item as it comes to the border. What we can contain is the service charge, the VAT that is on it, as well as working with the business community to look at the markup. The business community does not like that, but that is why sanitary napkins was placed on the price control. And that is why the resolution before us today is saying that this first exercise had an expiry date of the 1st of August 2025, and based on our analysis, the proposal before us today is to extend it permanently. And I support that resolution. That is why it is happening. But what are some of the other things that we've done? I want to remind the public as well, in 2023-2025, this government looked at all the items that were under price control, and we went in and we removed the 6% service charge. We did that as a means of containing the cost of these items. It expired, and now from the 1st of June, we again remove the service charge on all price control items. Again, this is a government working continually to contain prices for John Public. So, here goes the main item here. After continuous feedback and after we continue to see rising prices, especially in the areas of food, based on consultative process, the business community, government, and consumers, especially through the National Consumers Association, we took a decision to remove the VAT on some 70 item heads. So we moved some items. Out of the 70, we had 25 items that were moved from exempt to zero, and the other from 55 items, 45. The other 45 items were moved what we call standard VAT, which is 12.5%, to zero. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about this move. And one of the things I will do today again is to repeat the difference between VAT exempt and zero rated. And I'm trying to put it as simple as I can. When an item is VAT exempt, the consumer does not pay the VAT. There is no VAT for the consumer. But the businesses cannot claim the VAT related to that, the sale of that item. So consequently, you will say the consumer pays a VAT, does not pay a VAT, but the businesses pay the VAT. When the item is zero rated, the consumer does not pay and the businesses do not pay. The businesses do not pay simply because they can go back to Inland Revenue and claim all the VAT related to that sale. That is the main difference between the two. And why did we make that change? Why did we make a decision to move exempt items from exempt to zero? Because we expect the business community to share that savings with John Public. And Mr. Speaker, at our last sitting, I went in depth on that particular subject matter after the Honorable Prime Minister presented. And I was thoroughly disappointed in my former permanent secretary when he attempted to mislead the public. This issue that we are discussing, they are national issues. They are national issues, and we must take a national posture in discussing it with John Public. We have a responsibility, all of us here, to speak the truth at all times. We cannot mislead the public. So, what has happened? That is why we expect, and I can tell you, in our approach, and I will speak a little later on our approach to monitoring what we are doing. So that is the difference. I think I can say so. Maybe I can try a minute to say so in Creole so that people understand. Nous ni sa okakuye VAT exempt epi zero rated. Zero rated means ou ti ka achete produit a pa ka paye VAT, business la pa ka paye. Business la pa ka paye parce que yon yon chance pour claim tout VAT la yo paye a, gouvernement yo sa jwen ni viye from gouvernement et puis nous ni espoir nous ka travailler avec yo pour yo séparer l'argent ça là yo jwen viye a. Pour yo séparer chen antimiet et ba ou antimiet les yo we batse pouya, les yo descend associé pouya ba ou. Ça c'est raison ça là. Et puis là où ni VAT zero rated, où quand tu as acheté produit à pas qu'à payer pièce VAT, et business là même pas qu'à payer VAT parce que yo sa claim ni viwe. That is the difference between the two, Mr. Speaker. So today, one of the things I want to speak on is the impact of that last policy decision. When we place 70 items on the moving them from standard and exempt to zero. And I am pleased that the customs people are here so they could hear some of the conversations. So I have a long list here, so I will not say which form it is, but we've taken, Mr. Speaker, a decision where we dealt with some of the supermarkets that are both retailers and wholesalers. We have our inspectors visiting the various supermarkets. We had already done so. We've had taken baseline data from all the supermarkets. And now we have our officers as well as John Public. I must take a moment to thank the members of the public who are taken on their own to start collecting data. And they are now sharing that with us. And I want to encourage members of the public to continue monitoring what is happening because that is your business. So out of the areas where we move from standard to zero, the results, and we have assessed it. We have our persons confirming. Up to yesterday, we sat for an hour. I sat for an hour and a half with my consumer affairs team. They are verifying those figures. We have something like baking powder, $61.95, and it is now $55.07. Anchor butter, 484 grams was $24.84. It's now $22.04. We have yeast, for example, $21. It's now $18.67. We have Bermuda Creeks crackers, $2.50. It is now $2.25. We have olive oil, $11.85, and it is now $10.53. We have cottage and salted butter, $18.95 to $16.84. Peanut butter, $12.55 is now $11.16. We have fresh local chicken, $12.95 is now $11.51. We have Dove margarine, $4.99, it is now $4.44. Eve corned beef, $11.49, it is now $10.12. Exeter corned beef, $9.75, it is now $8.67. So, Mr. Speaker, we have chicken franks, $13.99, it's now $12.44. It is just a listing of examples indicating, thank you. All these items, the items that were on the SI, we have walked the shelves, checked the shelves in the supermarket, and there is a reduction. There are reductions in the prices. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that, as I said, we've dealt with the major supermarkets first. I also want to report that we've dealt with we are monitoring some of the other supermarkets as well. And I want to tell you that not all of the supermarkets were well prepared. We are working with supermarkets north, south, east, and west. Some of them were not prepared, Mr. Speaker. But as the Minister for Commerce, I have taken the decision that we are extending up to Friday this week. We have given every supermarket up to Friday to put their act together. We are working with all the supermarkets. We are assisting them. We are telling them what we think they ought to do so that they can comply. We need to understand some of those supermarkets have IT systems, some of them are not as automated as others. We are working with them. I want John Public to have the comfort of knowing that we are continually working with the business community to contain the prices. I want to tell John Public that on the issue of exempt goods, because a lot of people call me and say, well, I ain't see a reduction in the price of the tuna fish yet. We are just telling them to be a little patient. The tuna fish, especially the 6 ounce, was on the exempt list. We are working with the business community, and we will come back to you, and you will be seeing and feeling a reduction in the not too distant future. So I just want persons to be patient. I want you to know that as a government, we at the Ministry of Commerce continue to work for you. We are working in collaboration with the Inland Revenue Department and the Ministry of Finance. We have identified a few areas where we will be coming back to this Parliament for adjustment. For example, Mr. Speaker, we noted that when we took the position in the Cabinet that all oils of 7.5 ml should be zero rated and under price control. But when we were doing the analysis and monitoring, we noted that they put in only coconut oil. So we are doing this exercise, and we are going to come back to the Cabinet and come back to the Parliament to put the adjustments. Another one I think that needs some adjustment is the whole issue of cereals. They've used cornflakes instead of cereals. And because of all the, what you call HS headings on these things, we need to correct it. But I want to tell John Public that as a government, we keep to our word. We are ever conscious of the imported inflation. And as a government, we are doing all in our power to ensure that they can have a proper shopping. At the moment, the average $200 shopping basket should be about $175, about $25 in savings out of every $200. That is what we have done. Every vegetable, every fruit is zero rated. But I noted that banana is not on the list. So as we do the exercise, we will be coming back with these adjustments. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, the Cabinet of Ministers for the work that you're doing. I want to remind John Public that you have a government that is working for you and with you. I want to thank the business community for their collaboration. And I will remind the public of the hotline that we have, 468-4239, 468-4226, 468-4229. Mr. Speaker, I support the resolution before us. I thank you.
Member for Bavino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the resolution on the zero-rated goods, and with special emphasis, Mr. Speaker, on the sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins, and similar articles of any materials, in addition to all the other items listed. Mr. Speaker, I felt compelled to speak to this motion, and that is in keeping with my my own assessment and philosophy of this government under the Honorable Prime Minister and Cabinet colleagues. And as Minister with responsibility for gender affairs, the issue of zero rated on sanitary napkins did not only capture the waves of the St. Lucian people, it actually manifested regionally. And after I attended a Latin America Caribbean conference, St. Lucia was applauded for this decision taken by the government of St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, I say this because many times we speak to gender equality, but we do not talk about gender equity. And equity is when one gender is deficient in an area, you have to provide additional support in order to bring about equality. And I recall speaking at a Latin American conference, and I shared with the audience that what was even more fascinating about this decision by the government is one where we are very much aware that the majority of political directorates, not just in St. Lucia, but regionally and globally, are dominated by men. And therefore, people would have thought it would have been a difficult decision for men sitting in the cabinet where I sat to take. And interestingly, Mr. Speaker, it was not a difficult decision for the Prime Minister and the cabinet members to take that decision to make sanitary napkins zero rated for women and girls in St. Lucia. And when I said that, the audience rose in applause and congratulated the government of St. Lucia for taking that bold step. And it is one where some countries have been agitating for years. And I was very proud to reveal that my government has taken that bold decision. Mr. Speaker, you may not be following the same programs with everybody, but somebody drew to my attention that there is a particular show, and sometimes I call it Sunday Lies. Some say Sunday Live, but I see it as Sunday Lies. So people choose a little section where they just reveal a whole set of lies. And I saw where an aspiring politician indicated that the government had not reduced VAT on sanitary napkins. And I just indicated, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucia was applauded regionally and globally for taking that decision. And that's about over a year ago. So when people will listen to these programs and they are not corrected, they will go there and believe that. And it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that we must continue to educate our people so that they know the truth. And they have to start tuning to Sunday truth and leave out the Sunday lies. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that this policy is one that resonated with women in St. Lucia, the one on the sanitary napkins. It resonated with our young women. And I applaud the Prime Minister and my cabinet colleagues for having the courage to take that bold decision. And we spoke of period poverty, and that decision was ridiculed by members of the opposition, not knowing that this is a regional and international issue. Apparently, that was the first time they were hearing that term and thought it was something new that came from nowhere. And therefore, they were ridiculed in a sense that they should have known that this is something that regionally and internationally they have been agitating for what we call period poverty. Because we spoke of many young girls who missed school. They lost a lot of instructional time when they are going through the period, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, if they cannot afford the sanitary napkins, they prefer to stay home rather than going to school and not feeling comfortable. The government has taken a decision, Mr. Speaker, to subsidize that product so that the children can get this product to go to school and feel safe. That is what you call gender equity, because that one is supporting the women who go through these challenges. It's not everybody that goes through it, it's only women. And therefore the government saw it necessary to help those who did not have that kind of support. Mr. Speaker, I see this policy is very much in keeping with the general policy of this government, Mr. Speaker. And I speak to the social programs. The social programs that actually touch the lives of people. Many times people speak of infrastructure, and they talk of roads, and they talk of buildings, and heavy things that everybody can see. But those little things that touch people's lives makes a big difference, Mr. Speaker. And I heard another person on the opposite side on a platform in Babono and spoke about how he is not giving hands out. Well, I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, that when my constituents come to speak to me in the Babono constituency and they tell you the challenges that they face, you have to start with the smallest item you can get to help these people. And sometimes they are so grateful for the support. So those who are very vulnerable, they need greater support, you have to take them from where they are, Mr. Speaker. And the social programs of this government has actually helped bridge the gap between the super rich and the extreme poor. And that is how you bring about better economic and social equality in the society, where this government is focusing on helping those who are way behind. And therefore, these social programs have been targeting health. These social programs have been targeting education. These social programs target employment so that these people can get some level of income to take care of their families. The government targets single mothers who need that income. Mr. Speaker, we are in the month of August and school will soon reopen, and the government has put in the education assistance program. There are many initiatives this government is taking to ensure that our children have access to quality education in this country. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the 70 items that are zero rated, if you do the mathematics, Mr. Speaker, when you will get a little time, add the difference between the existing or the previous prices and what it is now, and you will see the tremendous savings that people are going to make. And it is one, Mr. Speaker, that even in my constituency, when I explain to the constituents the contribution of this government to them, and what you do, you take every dollar and you say, if we have to give each person $1, how much money the government will have to get. Because some people only see it in relation to themselves. But when you compare with the wider population, you realize that this is a huge investment. And the calculators do not lie, they give you the correct figures. Every time you give a constituent $1, just multiply it by the number of electorates. Because it's not about those who support you, it's about the people in the constituency. And if you have to give each person $1, you would see the amount of money that you have to get to help these people. And then you can move to $10, and you can move to $100, and you can move to $1,000, and you will see how the millions start kicking in. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Ministers for remaining focused, remaining on target to help the vulnerable people in St. Lucia, to help the most in need. And that is why when you do targeted support, that is the only way you can bridge the gap between those who have too much and those who have none. And with this motion on the floor, Mr. Speaker, that is a very, very good policy. And we have remained focused on ensuring that our people get the support where they need most. There is a gentleman who visited St. Lucia about a week or so ago. I will not name the island. And when he went back home, he called me and he told me he went to the supermarkets in St. Lucia. And when he saw the prices of goods in the supermarket, he told me he can live in St. Lucia comfortably. And I know he was already experiencing the changes in the prices in the supermarket. There is another individual who told me they went to the supermarket, and when the cashier was checking the goods, even the cashier was surprised to see the reduction in the prices of some of the goods on the shelf. So I know, Mr. Speaker, that as we move forward, we are making a difference in the lives of the people of St. Lucia. And they can feel the difference because they are the ones who go to the supermarket. And Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Prime Minister and the Cabinet members even further, where this zero-rated items came in the month of August. And I recall I said that in this house, that this is the most challenging month for parents. The children are at home and they eat more than when they are in school. When they are in school from 9 to 3, they are busy in the classroom, they are doing their work, and they only go and eat when there is break time and lunch time. But when they are at home, every 10 minutes is break time and lunch time, and they will keep that refrigerator busy. So you find that parents have to spend a lot more money to keep these children home than when they are in school. And many parents right now are praying for school to reopen. So, Mr. Speaker, with the reduction in prices for goods, the parents can buy a little more so that they can feed the children while they are at home. And when school reopens, they will be able to buy the food items to send their children to school. And Mr. Speaker, I have no choice but to support this motion on the floor and commend the member for Castries East and Prime Minister of St. Lucia for having the courage and the determination to ensure that we put the people first and we target those who are most in need. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Miko South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me extend my condolences to the 18 people and their families that have been shot over the last 2 weeks. And in particular, extend condolences to the persons on this Saturday, which was the bloodiest day in St. Lucia's history, where we had 8 people shot and 2 people murdered. 2 people killed, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I say that because very often we think of homicides as simply as a number, and we forget the names and the personalities and the lives behind that. And it's for that reason that we take time to extend our condolences to them. I understand firsthand from my own community the trauma that this creates for everyone. I mean, a young girl of 11 years of age, Mr. Speaker, right at the side watching and being in a situation where her mother and her 15-year-old brother were shot. The mother had the presence of mind, Mr. Speaker, at the time when the shooter turned her way to push her daughter aside. But notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine, the girl is very traumatized. Her dress was dirtied with her brother's blood. And I don't bring this to create drama, Mr. Speaker, but simply that the sympathies and our thoughts and prayers are not about just the person who was killed, but all of those persons. When you hear the story of the taxi driver that parked near Kentucky Fried Chicken and saw 4 bullet holes in his car and how close that came to him. So this is having an effect. I want to say that I empathize with the government, with what is going on in St. Lucia, that this is something that is going to have a dramatic impact on all St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister or the member from Cass East would have stood up and made some comments about untruths, he said. I think that my colleague has certainly clarified that when Marcella, that's who the person they're making reference to, Johnson, made her statement, it is a fact that the VAT exemptions had stopped as of August 1st. So when she spoke last night, she was speaking the truth. Maybe not the truth that he wants to hear, but nonetheless speaking a truth. And I would say to you that while I don't want to say any disparaging remarks on any of my colleagues here, but the Prime Minister of late really has become a stranger to the truth. And I think that many of those instances have been extremely well documented. One not so recently, Mr. Speaker, in this House. Mr. Speaker, when we want to tie this policy of taking away VAT on sanitary napkins and somehow translate that into how we feel about women, and that this should be some form of representation by this government that they appreciate women and that they're uplifting women, and then also want to malign, misrepresent. And they had their opportunity to say where they believe misrepresentations were taking place. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I know that the member from my colleague was making an issue not of giving sanitary napkins at schools for girls, but if you genuinely believed you wanted to help women, then there should be a policy to provide sanitary napkins to all those women that are in need of help. So what, the same mother, she's not having a period? The same mother who may be self-employed, Mr. Speaker? And the same way that her daughter doesn't go to school? So this mother is going to go to work? If we're going to help and we generally want to be able to help women, Mr. Speaker, particularly more vulnerable women, then let's help everybody. Everyone. Everybody, not just one. If the member from Castries East also wants to say that my party is silent on some of these issues, well, I'm very happy that the member from Soufrière Fonce-Jacques is wearing fuchsia today. I'm hoping that she's joined the silent protest of what is probably one of the ugliest times in our country, where, sadly, Mr. Speaker, a member from this House would publicly attack women and make the most disparaging, disgusting remarks about a married woman and what he was offering that married woman, Mr. Speaker. About a journalist in this country, Mr. Speaker, and putting out the journalist's own private information. And what is of concern to me is that same member, Mr. Speaker, has members of his own family he knows that died of that same disease. Cancer doesn't choose you, Mr. Speaker. How could you do that, Mr. Speaker? And the continual use of his position. You know, Mr. Speaker, it is all good and well if the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, decided not to run a candidate in Castries Central and encouraged their members to support the so-called independent member, Mr. Speaker. Independent member, Mr. Speaker. Okay? Independent member, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. It's fine, Mr. Speaker. Hello, Mr. Shanta Erickson. Nice to have you. Mr. Speaker, that the party would choose not to run a candidate. Understand for a moment. And encourage its own supporters to vote for that person, Mr. Speaker. And then...
Member for Miku South, I've given you great latitude, but the policies of a political party is not up for debate here. So, if you want to stick to the motion, please, but the policies of a political party is not the subject of the debate here. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we can go back and play the tape, Mr. Speaker. The member from Castries East opened up that Pandora's box in speaking about saying things that my party should be saying. I'm asking the same thing. If we are here and you're purporting, Mr. Speaker, to be in support of women, and I'm just giving the history and the context of it, that we have an individual who's an MP of this House who remains up until today an independent member, that he's not a member of the Labour Party. And that the Labour Party deliberately had a strategy of making sure that he was in government. And that when he was elected into Parliament, made him a member of their cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And has used that position, Mr. Speaker, very clearly to attack and demean women and other citizens of this country. And yet still, when the member from Castries East would want me to speak out, I'm asking him and his party, why would you not condemn those same things, Mr. Speaker? Why wouldn't you? Where's the fear in standing out and saying that those things are not acceptable in our society? And that it's not fair, Mr. Speaker? Where is that? But you know, Mr. Speaker, it is not about me wanting to convince them, because I know that the public is seeing that for themselves and is asking the question constantly, right? Constantly, Mr. Speaker. They're asking themselves, what is going on? The same member wants to keep convincing us that it's tomorrow that he's going to become a member, Mr. Speaker. I feel sorry for him. Just like I felt sorry for my member from Castries Southeast when he tried to deny what the situation is going on. And I certainly hope the same fate doesn't belie the member from Babonneau, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker? So if we're going to come here and we want to be on truths and everything else, let us deal with what the truths are. Have a ready, beautiful woman. Mr. Speaker, absolutely. Welcome again. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm always very grateful when the member from Soufrière Fonsejac gets up, because there are some things that she says that reveals always the truth. You know, when we sat in this house, Mr. Speaker, a big deal was made about the 90 items. The government had an opportunity to say that 25 of those items were going from VAT exempt to zero rated. You had that opportunity. You didn't. You didn't because you were trying to convince the public you were doing something for them. The member from Soufrière Fonsejac admitted the total sum impact of the 90 items was $5 million. And put that in context with how much money the 2.5% levy is raising. Put that in context, and I will get to it, how much money the government has collected off of inflation, of the reason that she said, and I'll come in detail on that, which is the CIF price, Mr. Speaker. She's the one who said it. And she also now gave us another gem. The other gem is that those 25 items that were taken from from exempt to zero rated was for the business people. That's who it was for. It was to make the administration for the business people easier. Now let's speak about hypocrisy. I've had to sit here many times and hear members on the other side with a straight face, Mr. Speaker, try to say to us, can you imagine, that when we lowered the 2.5% VAT, that it didn't benefit the people. Why did they say that? They said because it helped the business people. But today, you want to come to the House and you want to tell us that you amended it and moved it from zero rated, so from exempt to zero rated, and that the business people are going to benefit. And there is an expectation, Mr. Speaker, that the business people are going to pass on those savings to the public. If that's the philosophy, why doesn't that apply when the 2.5% tax was taken off? Not on some items, Mr. Speaker. And not for a period of time, Mr. Speaker. On every item. Every single item in this country was reduced by 2.5%. And this government doesn't have the courage, the honesty, to go and tell the people of St. Lucia that the intention by them was to raise the VAT to 15%. But it was more palatable to be able to go out and sell some kind of story to the people of St. Lucia. Oh, we love you. We put you first. We're going to put this levy on, and this levy is only going to be, Mr. Speaker, for 2 years. And it's supposed to help what? Health and security. Knowing darn well that the people were feeling the impact of a poor health service. That the people were feeling the impact of national security. The Prime Minister and the member from Castries East looked in the camera and said to those people, I know it's going to be difficult, but I'm asking you to make the sacrifice. And then we turn around and find out the 2.5% levy had nothing to do with health and security. It had to do with a loan. And you want to talk about you put people first? Who? Y'all put people first? How? Where? Y'all continuously to put politics before people. That's because y'all have mastered the art of secret lies and propaganda. That's what you all have mastered. That is what you all are prolific at. That is what you all have become. And the fact is that people can feel it. I'm going to go further, Mr. Speaker, and prove that point. When inflation was coming in, and particularly the cost of shipping, and I'm glad that they have customs officers here, so they would know the CIF component of the cost of goods, particularly in the height of inflation. was severely impacted. And the VAT and now the 2.5% levy is also on that CIF price. We want to speak about what we can do to contain the cost in our country. There's a great example. Do what some other countries did, Mr. Speaker, and capped the freight rate that's taxable. You still pay the freight rate. But what the tax is going to be applied on, you cap it. Because when you don't do that, that is considered a windfall revenue to the state, Mr. Speaker. That's not sustainable. And at the end of the day, that is money that you're adding on and taxes you're adding on that the government is collecting. And then you want to come here and you're going to say you're going to give $250,000 for sanitary napkins? You're going to come here and take 90 items of which there is no impact change on 25 of them, $5 million, and stand and jump up and down like you've done something great? Mr. Speaker, all the facts speak differently to what they're saying. The bill had no discussions, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the program on rice, flour, and sugar. Where is it in the bill? Where is it? No, but the member wants to go there. And I'm glad she went there. Because again, in going there, has explained very simply for the people of St. Lucia of what a fact is. She said, boasting that there are people coming to St. Lucia who want to buy our flour, our rice, flour, and sugar because it's cheaper. Think of that for a moment. So we, the government, is subsidizing rice, flour, and sugar. But people can come from Martinique, they can come from Grenada, they can come from any other island and buy our subsidized rice and flour and sugar that we're subsidizing. Does that make sense to you? Does it make sense that the hoteliers, business people, foreigners who are here, expatriates, can all go to the grocery and buy rice and flour and sugar at a subsidized price? Who is ultimately paying for that, Mr. Speaker? The member said millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. And what has our party said? It is right to subsidize rice, flour, and sugar to those people who need and direct it to them. But we should not be subsidizing rice and flour and sugar to everybody. That doesn't make sense. And again, it's obviously something that this side believes in, because the member from Soufrière François Jacques said it so boldly, so brazenly, as if casually. What a great thing. People come to our country and they say that the price of rice, flour, and sugar in our country is cheaper. And so they're buying it. When you watch the boats going over from Martinique, laden with flour, rice, and sugar. Why? Of course, if somebody is going to give them a gift, they will do it. Mr. Speaker, probably, in my mind, the greatest sin that has been committed by this government in this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, is that when people hear that the government decided to take out the VAT on these items, they think it's on tuna fish, corned beef. Get excited to go and find out what is only on the smaller size. That's it. It's not exempt on the bigger sizes. So if you have a family and you know buying a bigger size you can save money, no. The VAT exemption doesn't apply on that. It only applies on the small one. Did we hear that in the presentation, Mr. Speaker? Did anybody explain that, Mr. Speaker? Or these are one of these other half-truths that we have. Half-truths. And that intelligent people, people who ought to know better, people who should be the voice for the people to know better, remain silent, say nothing, or shake their head and condone it. Mr. Speaker, the same member from Soufrière Francais Jacques, you talk about hypocrisy, came into government and spoke about the vending machines. That the first thing that she will do when she gets into office is get rid of it. And when it came now, Mr. Speaker, to sign the licenses, conveniently went away and the Prime Minister reassigned her ministry in order for the Prime Minister to sign it. But yet she's still there. And that is something that is becoming commonplace with this party. That people are finding themselves, in order to be able to live up to the vitriol of this rhetoric. And you know, we have some important bills to discuss later today, which speaks to the ideology of the Labour Party. One in which one of my candidates clearly made some allegations, and I see denials. But the denials can only be in words, Mr. Speaker, because in actions, we're seeing something completely different. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has absolutely no difficulty in extending, and we're glad now it is for an extended period of time, for sanitary napkins. Very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the issue on green energy products. But again, the bill that the Minister from Infrastructure that's put off, and I want to say to him, thank you. And I'm hoping that the opposition will be given an opportunity to meet with the team so we can understand what this bill is all about. Because what we see is we see a commission, but we don't see any policy. So here it is now, we have a situation where we want to give duty-free items on this stuff, but the cap, and the member knows from Castries, the cap now of what people can generate for themselves is too low. So I'm hoping that this new bill that's going to be coming up will deal with some of those things. I see we're going to license people, etc. There's a lot of good parts, but certainly we don't want to speculate on anything on the bill. And I would hope through you, Mr. Prime Minister, that if it can be made possible that the opposition can get a meeting. I know that they were supposed to have met the Chamber of Commerce on Thursday, but apparently the consultant was tied up making another presentation. But this is a very important bill. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, that it's also good to understand policy-wise, where is the government going with this thing? Because right now we're only dealing with an entity called the Commission, which is like having a road. Roads are always good, but in order to determine how good the road is, we must know where the road is going to go and what the road is going to look like. So right now, it's kind of like hanging there without this policy position. I'm certainly would be very, very amenable to being able to obtain that kind of briefing. So, Mr. Speaker, we are in absolute control and in support of this motion today to extend the period unlimitedly on sanitary napkins. We'd like to add, we think that the initiative by the government to provide sanitary napkins to young girls in school is a good one, but falls short of what the real mandate is. There are a lot of vulnerable women out there who suffer from the same thing. We have a lot of young mothers. The menstrual cycle doesn't stop, okay? And so therefore, finding a way to make sure that this is equally made available to them would be a fantastic thing. And lastly, you know, we're coming into that, I think the Prime Minister calls it the heat of the season, the silly season, whatever you want to call it. And I certainly are going to try to restrain my remarks on what we're dealing with here in Parliament. I certainly will defend my political party on if I hear anything egregious that's being said in the House. But certainly, it's a matter of going to convince people. The member from Babonneau said it very, very well. You know, the people can see it, the people can feel it. Right? And where we may disagree on it is what their interpretation of it is. The fact is, people are suffering on the cost of living in this country, Mr. Speaker. They're suffering because incomes have not gone up. And this continual, perpetual misinformation as to how many people are really employed and whether the employment numbers have improved, Mr. Speaker, we've now seen that there are repeated reports which show that that's not true. Absolutely not true. But what is true, Mr. Speaker, absolutely true, is that this government has imposed almost $300 million of taxes on the public. $300 million that has come out of the pockets of people of this country and put into the pockets of the government. And a lot of people are asking, where is this money gone? Very similar to CIP, where has the money gone? Don't keep telling me what you think you're going to be doing with this. Actually show me where is it you're doing and show me how it's impacting my overall life. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Turn off your light. No. Turn off your light. Turn off your light.
You all are seated next to each other, and both of you caught my attention.
No, Gas.
Okay, member for Castries Central.
After Shasley. No. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I can promise my colleague. I can promise my colleague. No, it doesn't matter. That I wouldn't be long, Mr. Speaker.
Take your time.
But you see, when the truth is about to hit you in the face, like a hurricane, not Alan, but a hurricane, you run away to avoid the ravages of the natural calamity. Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by saying, first and foremost, I unequivocally support the motion. I support the motion, Mr. Speaker, for the permanent establishment of the reprieve on sanitary napkins, obviously earmarked for the good people of this country of the feminine gender. Mr. Speaker, when we introduced the zero-rated policy, which was all designed to bring greater reprieve to the people of this country, there was a lot of brouhaha. And what I was really flabbergasted about is that someone who works in the Ministry of Commerce, who should have been well endowed in knowing the difference between zero-rated and VAT-exempt, went on to say that those zero-rated items are already VAT-exempt, implicitly expressing renowned ignorance as the difference in relation to the difference between the two. But Mr. Speaker, my colleague, member for Soufrière, did a fantastic job in explaining what the difference is, and therefore I shall not dwell too long along that path. Oh gosh, it is no wonder she did such a wonderful job, Mr. Speaker. Today is a birthday, and permit me once again to extend birthday greetings to a lady who will in the next general elections resume the representation of Soufrière for Seja. So yes, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. I listened to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and that is where I will ask your permission to depart slightly, because he opened the door. He opened the door. Mr. Speaker, he invites himself to a meeting with the government. I have no difficulty with that, but I am wondering, Mr. Speaker, whether it is that same individual, when he was Prime Minister, who told the opposition members, you had lost the right to speak. I don't know if it's the same one. I don't know if it's the same one, Mr. Speaker, who told civil servants and others, don't tell us how to run government. But today, as soon as, Mr. Speaker, he was relegated to the ranks of opposition, he flew all over the Caribbean hoping to establish an association of opposition leaders. Today I could tell you the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago don't want to see him. She's now Prime Minister. She doesn't want to see him. The Prime Ministers in the region don't want to see him. So, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I think it is necessary that I enumerate, at least in part, some of the policy measures that have been rolled out by this government that redound to the benefit not only of women, but of the wide cross-section of citizens of this country, from students upwards. Mr. Speaker, we have had the introduction of the youth economy, a new initiative in the history of governance in this country. We have reintroduced the laptop program. When they were in government, they stopped it. And the phrase they use, Mr. Speaker, using our colloquial language, ki gai ki sa, it's back on the table. And it does not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. For the very first time in history, all students, ALL, irrespective of their race, class, color, creed, or political affiliation, all facilities fees are paid for each and every student in this country. That had never happened before in this country, Mr. Speaker. Then we have CXCs. CXCs. 4 CXCs are being paid for every student writing CXCs in this country, Mr. Speaker. And we don't discriminate. The Belrose Doctrine does not find its way surreptitiously into the selection process. As long as you're eligible, you get it. And I remember one time, the member from Swazel Saltibus was saying, let's do it on a meritorious basis, meaning let the poorer ones get it and those who can afford don't get it. That is exactly what they want, for them to discriminate, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, irrespective of a government losing a little revenue at the hands of those that can afford, those that cannot afford are in the majority, and it is better you take care of the majority and be unconcerned about a small benefit to the minority. And that is why when he came in, there was an incentive. There was no VAT on rice, flour, and sugar. And in his estimation, the very handful of hoteliers that occupy the landscape of this country was to the front of his mind, Mr. Speaker, and he had forgotten the 180,000 people in this country, and he reinstituted the VAT on rice, flour, and sugar, Mr. Speaker, much to the detriment of the poorer people. So a lot has been going on, Mr. Speaker. The only government, Mr. Speaker, that has granted housing assistance to the poor and vulnerable, and people like the member from Viewfort North, the member from Miku North, and others have built very, very comfortable homes for those persons who they felt were in destitute and deserved better. They never did anything like that. The sad thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the member for Miku South and leader of the opposition took taxpayers' money, built some structures that have the semblance of huts. They stand on little sticks that are crooked in nature. And Mr. Speaker, the slightest huff and puff can blow those things away. In other words, rather than helping the people, Mr. Speaker, he put them to live in conditions of uncertainty and danger. Then we have, Mr. Speaker, the pensioners. How can this man open his mouth, Mr. Speaker, and say incomes have not gone up? Mr. Speaker, it takes a man without a conscience, knowing exactly what is transpiring in the economic circles of this country, to say that incomes have not gone up. We hear testimonies from pensioners every day. Some people were getting as low as $125 a month, Mr. Speaker. They now enjoy over $500, a 300% increase. But the leader of the opposition will say incomes have not gone up. Mr. Speaker, the security guard from Miku, Denry, or wherever they hail from within our jurisdiction used to work for $600 and $700 a month. Today, We have instituted the minimum wage that have impacted positively on thousands of workers, but he will still say incomes have not gone up. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what, it's just a lot of sensationalism, Mr. Speaker, and nothing that can be etched into factuality. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me deal with the lies first. The lies. Mr. Speaker, we had the misfortune, unfortunately, 2 citizens lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, I promise that on Thursday I will play a clip where the first incident occurred, where I literally went there and preached to those guys they should not make their alignment sport. I literally put up, Mr. Speaker, a no loitering sign. One was arrested and was imprisoned, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, the one that was killed right there was one of those who resisted moving. I am on the record. And I remember when they were putting up resistance, it is that very United Workers' Party opposition that said, oh, the guys run after Richard Frederick. That was what they were saying, Mr. Speaker. That is what they were saying. But the evidence is there that I've been trying my best. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you without divulging too much, of persons allegedly involved, one is supposed to be in court on the 15th of September for breaking and entering. And he's a cousin of a potential candidate. That is a fact. That is a fact. He was bailed, I don't know why. Another, Mr. Speaker, is now on bail, having been caught with 2 firearms, was bailed for $90,000. Those are facts, Mr. Speaker. Those are facts. I have been trying my utmost to combat it, Mr. Speaker. And I can say without fear of contradiction that I am one of the only politicians in this country who have had warring factions come together, and I stand in the middle, putting my life on the line in the name of peace, Mr. Speaker. In the name of peace. But you hear them and you listen to them. You hear them and you listen to them, Mr. Speaker. As I told one of them, a potential candidate, if you want peace to prevail in Castries Central, all you have to do is call a family meeting. Once your family agrees to stop the criminal activity, all will be well, Mr. Speaker. So when I hear them, Mr. Speaker, when I hear them, and you look at the slate, Mr. Speaker, but that is for another show, Mr. Speaker. I definitely will deal with that. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you tell me the leader of the opposition will label this Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, as a stranger to the truth, Mr. Speaker, I was flabbergasted, appalled, surprised. Because you see, I don't believe he sees any similarity in his characteristic traits with this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a stranger to the truth. It is this very man who went to the Middle East and in an effort at being impressive, said that he had embarked upon the construction or the building of 23 islands. 23 islands. The evidence is there. It is that same man, Mr. Speaker. We were in this honorable house when the member for Labrie alluded to the fact that he had said at a meeting of the Summit of the Americas that essentially transparency should be set aside. And my friend from Labrie quoted him verbatim. He denied it, Mr. Speaker, and in less than a minute, the records revealed that the member for Labrie was accurate. It is that same leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, who was on a television show and indicated, as Prime Minister then, indicated that gas had gone down in Grenada. at less than $10 a gallon. And a couple seconds after, Mr. Speaker, said he had never said it. It is this same man who has been interviewed by a Barbadian journalist, and he was lamenting the state of deportation to St. Lucia. And he overtly said, expressing with total confidence that he knew exactly what he was talking about, that the U.S. had deported 800 deportees right back to St. Lucia. The Barbadian reporter was in awe and asked, 800? He said, yes, 800. Mr. Speaker, not even from the time ICE are doing what they're doing have we had 20 deportees to the country. But he said there was 800. And that is the kind of character, Mr. Speaker, you are dealing with. That is the kind of person. Mr. Speaker, he spoke of Saturday being the bloodiest Saturday in the history of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, you know, as a lawyer, I'll tell you what I'm trained in. There is this general perception that lawyers lie. Personally, I've never been in court and tell any lie for anybody. What I don't do is I don't put out facts that can be used against me. There is a fundamental difference between spewing an untruth and withholding something that can be used against you. And if I am asked about what I held, although I'm not asked questions, but if I am asked, I will reveal. But Mr. Speaker, for a man who was Prime Minister, a man who believes in causing sensationalism, a man who believes in fear-mongering, a man who believes in creating anxiety in the electorate so that he can capitalize politically on the fear of our people, he will know that Saturday was not close to our bloodiest day in the history of this country. For there was one weekend, Mr. Speaker, 6 people lose their lives. I'm not celebrating it. One murder is too many. 6 people lose their life, Mr. Speaker. And today, he speaks as though the government is to be blamed. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? That is the very man who prior to the election of 2016, he overtly said on a political platform, Kenny Anthony can't, but I will. And the recordings are there in substantiation. When he got into office, and I'll tell you about when he got into office, the highest spike of crime in this country by almost 100% was when he was Prime Minister. And the records are there. They are there. So before he got into office, Kenny Anthony can't, I will. When he got into office, you must never politicize crime. So now he's out of office, let's politicize it once again. Mr. Speaker, I can provide it and make it a document of the House anytime you are ready. But Mr. Speaker, let me just give you the murder rate in this country from 2015, so that I'm going a year, Mr. Speaker, before he became Prime Minister. So everyone will understand. Murders. I have a chart right here, Mr. Speaker. I can make it a document of the House. When I speak, Mr. Speaker, unless I am in a position to substantiate what I say, I refrain from saying it. In 2015, Mr. Speaker, there were 28 murders. 28. In 2016, the year he took office, there were 30 murders. And most of them occurred in the latter part of 2016. But cumulatively, it had gone up by 2. 2016. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, in 2017, hold on. 1 second, Mr. Speaker. 1 second, 1 second. I don't want to give you. In 2017, Mr. Speaker, it had gone up to 60 from 31 in 2016 to 60, almost doubling. Beg your pardon. I want to ask, in 2017, who was in government, Mr. Speaker? In 2015, it was 28. I want people to hear this, 2017, 2016, I said 30 is 31. And 2017, it had almost doubled, one short of 100% increase, the most increase we have ever seen in murders in this country was under the leader of the opposition now, who was then Prime Minister. We have never had such a gigantic leap by almost 100%, Mr. Speaker. By almost one. And today you want to... Mr. Speaker, he is the Prime Minister that brought us above 50 murders. That was the most in the history of this country. 2017 was the most we ever had. And now, Mr. Speaker, admittedly, we are seeing a slight incremental increase, but nothing compared to 100% leap. Nothing compared to that. So tell them, if my statistics are wrong, go and get the right statistics and print it for the people of this country. So when you talk about crime, give me the statistics. After that, Mr. Speaker, we're hovering between 60 and 75. And in 2021, it went up to 75. We took office on I have not asked, but I will get the month by month to see where we took it, Mr. Speaker. And to date, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, we have had 45 murders. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear them salivating, when you hear them celebrating, when they say they are not safe, they will postpone the activity from the boulevard. They postponed one, but they had two. Oh, je m'étonne ça. Castries was so unsafe 2 days ago, but today there is protest. And you know, Mr. Speaker, probably had you not been sitting in this chair, the protest they have today, they probably could not have had it. Because after the people of this country voted for this man to become our Prime Minister, what treatment did he mete out to the people? The treatment that was meted out to the people, Mr. Speaker, was barricades. Barricades around Parliament. So when you hear them, the freedom they're enjoying now, the freedom to protest, it is because this government is in office. And yourself and the Prime Minister gave them back that freedom, Mr. Speaker. You all can come as you go, because those are the people who you voted for. It was one that did not exist. And when you talk about crime, and you know, Mr. Speaker, 2017, as a man who reads quite a bit, I am not the former representative of Castries Southeast who just say anything. Not realizing, Mr. Speaker, that period poverty is a global problem. Global problem. Australia, Jamaica, the UK, Canada, the US have all made pronouncements in relation to bringing reprieve to our people. But the same people who say that we disrespect women will ask the Minister of Education whether he wants every child to come and tell him when they have their period. And that was not denounced by the hierarchical structure of the United Workers' Party, implicitly endorsing it, Mr. Speaker. That is it, Mr. Speaker. Disrespect women, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, let me just go down that road a little bit. You know, Mr. Speaker, one expects Once you enter the political arena, you will get jobs. You will get jobs. But you see, Mr. Speaker, there is an old saying, you never let the lion sleep. The potential candidate, the one who will be crushed and be placed in a bay by Bebe, came on a platform and the maiden address, Richard Frederick. Maiden address, Mr. Speaker. When I returned the favor and spoke about when Sir John told Minister Rambali, you call me a toothless tiger, come and I'll show you what a toothless tiger can do. Where was Guy Joseph? Where was the leader of the opposition? They apparently were asleep. They were asleep. When Janine Compton, and I can mention her name, Mr. Speaker, it was part of the news, when she accused the then member from Babuno for sexual assault, where was Guy Joseph? And no one has accused me of that, you know, Mr. Speaker. Because I speak. Because I speak. Because I speak. Because they can talk. They'll have their Sunday lives. Deputy told me it's not Sunday live, it's Sunday lies. They'll have their Sunday lies. And you'll swear, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries Central is the agenda and policies that the United Workers' Party will roll out to the people of St. Lucia. I tell them, roll me out at their homes if they want. Roll me out, that's the policy. Roll me out. Roll me out. I'm accustomed to that, Mr. Speaker. You know, everything is Richard Frederick. But Richard Frederick, Mr. Speaker, when he speaks, when he says what he had to say, he always pinches a very sensitive nerve. And like I said, when Sir John told Minister Rambali what he did, Mr. Speaker, I understand. She was young, she was pretty, she was attractive, she's still pretty, you know. She was not married, she had stolen nobody's husband. So basically, Mr. Speaker, she was beaming, Mr. Speaker, with eligibility. But I say something, a passer, which would never ever, you know, qualification can never be met. You're holding me to ransom for that. You know? Nonsense, and nonsense alone. And I have a revelation to make, Mr. Speaker. I will make it at the appropriate time, because there are pedophiles within the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. But I will disclose this information at the right time. Mr. Speaker, you see, everyone must admit I have been under attack. I have been under attack. Every man, including the member for Sozel Saltibus, once they take the mic, they call my name like they're reading from a script. Huh? You can finish me. You sign an agreement and tell the people you didn't know what you signed. Huh? That's all I can say. As a banker, you signed that agreement. You should be charged for treason. That's what you should be. So, Mr. Speaker, and they're the same persons. They are the same persons. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. I have the opportunity now. I said elsewhere that a certain person should make peace with herself. I'll repeat exactly what I said. Peace with other people and peace with God. And not because, my exact words were, not because Alan is paying chemo for you to do his biddings. Those were my words. Those were my exact words that I've repeated here. And so, Mr. Speaker, they have interpreted it at their whims and fancies again. What they do is they attack and they want to find fodder in my responses. And they say, I say, who have cancer, who don't have. And you see, Mr. Speaker, when you see people play on the ignorance of people, that is something else. My first sister died of cancer. And so did my second sister. But Mr. Speaker, I was asking the individual to make peace. to make peace, and not, I never ever revealed, and I challenge anybody to show me or tell me where I revealed anybody had cancer. Mr. Speaker, for those who don't know better, chemo can be taken for immunity purposes. Chemo can be taken for blood counts. There are several reasons, and I'm sure the member from Viewfort North, who has almost enveloped himself with medical terms and medical diagnosis, can tell you that chemo is not only taken for cancer, Mr. Speaker. And that is why I want you to give the leader of our party a round of applause for bringing a doctor into our midst. That's so, Mr. Speaker, when you hear they talk their rubbish, it is clear that the guys realize that there is no path to victory. None whatsoever. They attack and attack and attack. Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. Some people, some journalists, some, very few, it's just like police officers. 99% police officers are good. The greater portion of politicians are good. But in every discipline, in every organization, in every cluster of people associated for one purpose or another, you will find good ones, you'll find a few bad. Very few journalists, Mr. Speaker, not most of them, they take propaganda, they take misinformation, they take disinformation and want it to go into the news, in a surreptitious manner. You are a reporter. Report on facts, not propaganda. And so, Mr. Speaker, some of them, very few again, they operate as though they are delegates, spokespersons, or even proxies of the opposition. You know, proxies. And want to take propaganda to pass it as news, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been attacked. I know they will continue to attack me. I'm the policy. I'm the main agenda item. But they should know. They should know, Mr. Speaker, what's the inevitable result if you take a coal pot with hot charcoal and put your hands on it. What's the inevitable result? So, and hear this, all men attack me, so they don't say I attack men. I don't abuse men. But the women who attack me, once I respond, I abuse. Say no mlaka di mwe sayovli. Na weapon yo. Le mwe weapon say mwe abuse. You would swear I hold people, I beat them, I don't understand. I really don't understand. And then talk about disrespecting journalists. Mr. Speaker, that leader of the opposition has the audacity to say somebody disrespect journalists. He forgets Miguel Fevrier. He forgets Tresha Lionel. He forgets Janika Simon. Oh, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. And the list goes on. Guy Joseph told Miguel Fevrier in public, I'm not associated with criminals. In public. And today, I attack journalists. You know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I browse through Facebook and I see how their own women attacking their women. They attack their own women. There is one, but that particular journalist, Mr. Speaker, used to interview a fraudster called Martinez. And one time, somebody who's now attacking me for that journalist was attacking that journalist because of the member for Castries South. You remember that member for Castries South? A certain individual was attacking that same journalist for my colleague. Today, Mr. Speaker, they do a greasy poll. And they say we might win 4 seats. And then they disclose that, Mr. Speaker, with 2 bottles of champagne. But I will tell them, come that day when the Prime Minister rings this bell, the only set of people that will be drinking champagne are the members and supporters of the St. Lucia Labour Party. St. Lucians are not stupid, Mr. Speaker. All patriots, Mr. Speaker. St. Lucians can see. So tell them behave, Mr. Speaker. Tell them behave. St. Lucians know, they can feel, they know that they will not change the government. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, when that day, when the Prime Minister, and I know he's ready, I know he's ready, okay, I know he's very, very ready. And when you are ready, Mr. Prime Minister, so am I. Because I do know that the people of this country are no longer foolish. No rhetoric, no kind of anxiety, no fear-mongering, no this, no that, oh, Castries is unsafe. You all postponed one incident, but you all had two. It was unsafe day before on Sunday, but it's safe today to have protests. Thanks to you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Prime Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, my Prime Minister, you know, honestly, I am tired of all of this. I believe we have to start afresh. And I exhort you, in the interests of whatever it is, let's put an end to all the noise that they are making out there. Let us do what we have to do. Secure a fresh mandate. Hopefully some of them will run away. They will run it because they already say, if we don't win, we finish. And you know, in another forum, I will show the hypocrisy. One time is, let's get vexed, flog them, burn St. Jude, roadblock, all kind of violent preachings. And on Sunday, and the Bible said, and the Bible said, and the Bible said. But that's another show. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the motion, and I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased about the performance of this government, and if I had any choice to live with any degree of longevity and to remain within the political arena, rest assured, I will not venture very far from Philip Joseph Pierre, the Prime Minister of this country and the member for Castries East. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ordinarily, I would have asked you to explain that statement about the Deputy Prime Minister, but we will leave that alone.
I know it falls within the periphery of your knowledge.
The member, member for Labrie.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you afterwards. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this honorable House, I take the floor in support of the resolution before this honorable House to approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 1, Number 2, Order 2025. Mr. Speaker, I feel a sense of pride after 4 years in office that this administration continues to explore ways of easing the squeeze on the people of this country, protecting the most vulnerable, whilst returning order in the nation's finances. And today, Mr. Speaker, is no exception. Mr. Speaker, the measure I alluded to earlier seeks to extend and refine the scope of zero-rated goods under the Value-Added Tax Act, Cap 1542. And it reflects this government's ongoing commitment to reducing the cost of living for St. Lucian citizens, particularly the women and girls in the case of the zero rating of the sanitary napkins, and promoting renewable energy and sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, this new policy measure will build on our government's current set of tax measures, which involve increasing the number of zero-rated items in the VAT schedule, notably those goods that are purchased by the low-income individuals, removal of the service charge, and the import duties on many of these goods. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this Honorable House that when the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for Beaufort South, set in motion VAT in this country, he zero-rated and exempted over 100 items. Over 100. To protect the most vulnerable in this country. So when the leader of the opposition and his apostles talk about reducing VAT, they were not reducing VAT to benefit those people, because it was already exempted and zero-rated. Mr. Speaker, the approach we have taken towards reducing the cost of living and prices of certain goods that can be deemed as necessities in the shopping basket of ordinary St. Lucians has been a full frontal attack, utilizing the full range of the policy instruments available to us in putting people first. Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, which said that we had a hidden consumption tax of $6.80 per gallon on fuel, and orchestrated an orange march for the purpose of getting St. Lucians to protest about the high fuel prices. And I will come to an article momentarily, Mr. Speaker, and comments that intend to misrepresent the truth of this administration's work and trying to tiptoe their way back into government. Mr. Speaker, after misleading the people, and the people found out that he was not telling the truth because there was no hidden consumption tax of $6.80, the leader of the opposition has given his definition of the truth, saying that the truth is what you believe it to be. I guess the definition in total, Mr. Speaker, is even if you know it is a lie and you believe it to be the truth, it is the truth. We do not govern using that formula, Mr. Speaker. And no amount of mamagain can divert the train of victory of this government to anywhere else but to a resounding victory at the next general election on the basis of performance, Mr. Speaker. After that lie about that 680, I understand that the leader of the opposition met with the oil distributors who assured him that there was no hidden $6.80 tax on fuel. I understand he told them that is politics. After not finding the $6.80 per gallon, the former Minister of Finance then went ahead to increase the excise tax on fuel by $1.50 per gallon to $4 per gallon, ostensibly to put money in a lockbox to fix roads. But then he leaves a legacy of a mountain of debt from the design, finance, construct contracts that he used to finance most of his roads. This lockbox was an illusion which only existed in the mind of the leader of the opposition. He appears to be living in an alternate reality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he did not even reduce the price of fuel when oil prices went down to record lows as low as $30 per barrel on the oil market during COVID. Mr. Speaker, at that time, he was making a huge windfall on the excise tax. Maybe one of his candidates, who seemed to be his chief economic advisor, Mr. Descat, should do some research during this time so that he can understand how the excise tax was used as a revenue maximizing tool under the former administration, under the stewardship of the leader of the opposition. He even had the audacity, Mr. Speaker, to tell fishermen who were feeling the impact of high fuel prices that he would not give them any relief on fuel prices because they also use the roads. But all of a sudden, there is a sudden interest in the most vulnerable. There is a sudden interest in fishermen because they're in opposition and they want to get back into government. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that UWP has no regard for our fisher folk who go out risking their lives to catch fish for the people of St. Lucia. The UWP government often prides itself on saying that they are guided by the philosophy of give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In this case, Mr. Speaker, they were intent on starving the fishermen for a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, we are not like the previous government, which promised that they would eliminate VAT, then suddenly realized that they could not do it and reduce VAT by 2.5 percentage points. Was this, Mr. Speaker, an example of spontaneous combustion on the part of the leader of the opposition that Mr. Preville referred to recently on a talk show program? Or was it deliberate deception intended to mislead and fool St. Lucians to vote for them? More recently, Mr. Speaker, we have heard from Mr. Tommy Descat, one of the two economic advisors of the leader of the opposition, saying that Allen does not need a degree in economics when he will have Titus and me in his cabinet, unquote. But both of them were there between 2016 and 2021 advising that same leader of the opposition. And in a while, we will know what happened to St. Lucia when they were in control of the levers of power. Mr. Speaker, the recent utterances of the economics gurus of the leader of the opposition show that they are either following in his footsteps or they are just poor economic advisors. Recently, we heard Mr. Preville saying that 27 of the items that are zero-rated were already tax-exempt, suggesting that the two, namely tax-exempt and zero-rated VAT, are one and the same. I think that my colleagues who spoke before me have already clarified that. And what is wrong with moving it from exempt to zero-rated to give the consuming public an improved framework to enjoy lower food prices? What is wrong with that? Mr. Speaker, is this the person you'd want to advise on economic policy? And for the leader of the opposition to return as Minister for Finance in this country to take our country where the honorable member for Cassis is took it. We'll come to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we now understand how the decision to purchase vaccines by direct purchase was made. It was a product of spontaneous combustion. Unlike Barbados and the Bahamas, they went ahead and paid Radical Investments Limited in full $7.3 million. Radical Investments Limited then paid another company called Good Vibrations Entertainment. Mr. Speaker, wouldn't these names ring alarm bells to any sane and rational individual? Incidentally, Radical Investments has and had no track record in procuring vaccines, Mr. Speaker. We then have Mr. Descat again stating that our policies to relieve the burden of the cost of living is too little too late. He does not, however, say that we had to fix the financial mess and mountain of payables and debt to restore financial stability and confidence in the government's fiscal policies. He then makes a specious link of fuel prices to inflation without providing any evidence on this, Mr. Speaker. A responsible economist, Mr. Speaker, would have investigated the relationship between fuel prices and inflation before making any judgment or inferences. This is how a responsible economist undertakes research, Mr. Speaker. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Descat is doing the reverse, namely making inferences and then attempting to do research to support his inferences. This is specious, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on the data from the ECCB, the average inflation rate in St. Lucia over the last 5 years is below the ECCU average. And notably, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia was the only country to have negative inflation, namely deflation, in 2024. Further, Mr. Speaker, the country with the lowest fuel prices had the highest average inflation over the 5-year period. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the country with the lowest fuel prices had the highest average inflation over the 5-year period. Mr. Descat should also have spent some time to look at the retail prices of goods in supermarkets across the ECCU area before he could arrive at this conclusion. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that Mr. Descat lived in Barbados while he worked at the Caribbean Development Bank. He may be able to tell us what is the excise tax rate on fuel and the VAT rate in Barbados. The last matter I wish to touch on about Mr. Descat's reasoning is the most recent statement he made about the import duty revenue collections. Rather than attributing the increase in revenue collections to the growth in the economy, which is again supported by the data, he said it was due to our high import duty rates. Mr. Speaker, we have not increased the import duty rates. Mr. Speaker, we have not increased the import duty rates. Mr. Descat should have undertaken a review of the volume of imports purchased as opposed to the value of imports, which factors in both price and volume, both of them. There is no doubt that the cost of imports have gone up. But, Mr. Speaker, we have also recorded an increase in domestic demand for goods in St. Lucia, reflecting that St. Lucians purchase more goods and services. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, the increase in imports, which drives import duty collection, was driven by an increase in both prices and, importantly, demand, with the latter reflecting on an increase that St. Lucians had more income to purchase more goods. So it means that the economy is doing better, Mr. Speaker, that there is an increased demand for goods and services in the economy. And on this point, Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer to page 92 of the 2024 Economic and Social Review, which states as follows under the caption Imports. During the review period, greater domestic demand for goods, and I stress on this, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, greater domestic demand for goods coupled with higher unit import prices of some items, and I stress again, Mr. Speaker, on some items, drive up the value of goods imported in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I pointed this out to say I did my research and did not simply just talk off the top of my head. Our analysis must be grounded in proper evidence-based research. I believe, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Descat, as one of the economists working on the Economic and Social Review, while he worked in the Ministry of Finance, should know better. Mr. Speaker, the government led by the Honorable Prime Minister of Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy, Minister for Justice and National Security, is a responsible government that ensures that the tax exemptions and zero rating are done in a manner that does not compromise our public finances. Mr. Speaker, we are not like the opposition which continues to peddle misinformation, disinformation, and appear to be reinventing economics in a perverse and outlandish manner. I want to go to the legal basis and parliamentary oversight. Under Section 1091A of the Value Added Tax Act, the Minister of Finance is empowered to amend the schedule to the Act by order published in the Gazette. Section 1092 further provides that such orders require an affirmative resolution of this Honorable Parliament, except where the amendment concerns custom tariff headings only. Today's resolution, therefore, is a proper exercise of parliamentary oversight and accountability, ensuring that the people's representatives give their approval to tax measures that have direct social and economic implications. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about transparency and accountability, that's what we are talking about. Things like that we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, this resolution proposes that sanitary towels, tampons, and similar sanitary products on the customs tariff heading 96.19 continue to be zero-rated. Honorable members will recall that in 2023, this House approved an amendment to Schedule 1 of the VAT Act that granted a 2-year period of relief on these essential goods. That relief was not simply a fiscal measure. It was a matter of social justice and gender equity. That's what it was, Mr. Speaker. By removing VAT on sanitary products, we recognize the disproportionate burden that women and girls face in managing menstrual health. This measure is proposed to address period poverty on a permanent basis. Mr. Speaker, period poverty is a widespread public health and social issue, characterized by inadequate access to menstrual products, proper sanitation facilities, and menstrual health education. This deficiency often leads to missed school or work, health risk, and social stigma. You see what it contributes to, Mr. Speaker? It contributes to a whole spectrum of social issues. And this is why we have the courage to come in the Parliament and do what is right, to improve the living standards of the people of this country, especially the most vulnerable, who year in, year out under this former administration face an existence that was less than honorable. Mr. Speaker, the problem of period poverty is being addressed in both developed and developing countries, including Scotland, New Zealand, Australia, United States of America, yes, you heard right, Mr. Speaker, France, South Africa, Spain, Kenya, Lebanon, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Togo, Mr. Speaker. This is not an exhaustive list, but it shows the number of countries that see this problem as a serious issue and have taken steps to address it. In the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that Guyana is taking proactive steps in addressing period poverty. In August 2025, President Ali announced that all taxes on sanitary supplies will be eliminated. We are indeed a leader on the issue of period poverty in this region, Mr. Speaker. And I say all of this, Mr. Speaker, to denounce the statements made by the United Workers' Party, who said the following about our policy to address period poverty. When a country has gotten to a point where mothers cannot buy pads for their daughters, it tells me my country has sunk below the line. That's the policy of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker, arguing that not even Haiti has such a policy. Not even Haiti has such a policy. And that mindset wants to get back into government. Mr. Speaker, I am still in utter disbelief at the statement made by the United Workers' Party. Comments regarding the government's initiative to provide sanitary products for young women in our schools are not only ill-informed, but insensitive. But they strike at the very dignity of our daughters, sisters, and mothers across this nation. The UWP has suggested that the provision of sanitary pads to schoolgirls is evidence that our country has sunk below the line. Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. On the contrary, this initiative reflects a government that cares enough to confront a long-ignored reality that too many of our young women are forced to stay home from school or suffer indignity because their families cannot always afford menstrual products. Addressing this is not a sign of decline. It is a mark of progress, compassion, and maturity as a society. That's what it means. And I heard them with some, half-baked argument about whether it's only for school children. The zero rating that is going on today is for everybody, Mr. Speaker, not just for school children. It is for everybody. So I cannot understand the convenient argument, Mr. Speaker. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. Period poverty is real. It is not a slogan. It is not a political invention. It is the daily reality for many of our citizens around the world. Enlightened governments from Scotland to New Zealand, from Kenya to Guyana are addressing the issue with the seriousness and sensitivity that it deserves. Are we to believe that when other nations take such steps, it's noble? But when we do it in this country, it is shameful. Is that what it is? So the developed countries all over the planet can now take that step. And we applaud them. But when we do it, it is shameful. No, Mr. Speaker, what is shameful is to mock the effort and to belittle the struggle of women and girls who suffer in silence. Mr. Speaker, leaders are measured not by their ability to snare at the vulnerable, but by their willingness to uplift them. A true leader would commend this initiative and ask how it might be strengthened, how it might be expanded, how it might ensure that no child ever misses school because she cannot afford a sanitary pad. Instead, we have heard only contempt, scorn, Mr. Speaker, and an attempt to trivialize the suffering of women. But all of a sudden, members opposite, single mothers, but those very single mothers, they ill-treated when they were there. They destroy smiles, they destroy every program with single mothers. But don't wipe those guys. That's why they couldn't have a van load of people to take to the boulevard on Sunday. And so they come with some kind of storybook, a storybook beginning, but that's for another show. So, Mr. Speaker, we wish to not only reduce the cost of living for households, but also promote dignity for women and girls, and acknowledge the reality that these are not luxury items, but necessities. Mr. Speaker, today's resolution extends this measure further, ensuring continued access and affordability. This government remains committed to ensuring that no young girl misses school and no woman is placed at a disadvantage simply because of the cost of managing her health and well-being. Mr. Speaker, this policy follows our government's commitment to allocate $250,000 to schools to purchase sanitary napkins, which will be freely available to the girls in the school. We do not want our girls to miss out on their schooling, Mr. Speaker, because their parents cannot afford to buy the sanitary napkins for them. Extension of zero rating for renewable energy components is one that is charged with invaluable significance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second element of this order is exactly that. It is also important. In 2023, Parliament approved the temporary zero rating of specified components intended solely for harnessing solar power. That measure was originally granted for a period of 2 years, expiring in August 2025. Today's resolution seeks to extend this zero rating for an additional year, up to August 1st, 2026. The components covered under this measure include a number of devices and equipment. And so, Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to take it to its logical conclusion, this extension is necessary for three key reasons. One, energy security and resilience. St. Lucia, as a small island developing state, is highly vulnerable to global oil price shocks and supply chain disruptions. By incentivizing renewable energy, we strengthen our national energy security and reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels. Two, climate change and sustainability. The extension of zero rating on solar components directly supports our national and regional commitments under the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. It helps us transition to cleaner energy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and build resilience against the existential threat of climate change. Three, cost of living and competitiveness. By reducing the upfront cost of solar technology, we make renewable energy more affordable to households, businesses, and communities. In turn, this lowers electricity costs over the long term and improves the competitiveness of our productive sectors, particularly tourism and manufacturing. A balanced approach to fiscal management is practiced in this posture assumed by this administration. Mr. Speaker, whilst tax reliefs of this nature inevitably reduce immediate VAT revenues, I repeat, such measures immediately reduces the VAT revenues. They represent targeted and strategic interventions in the interest of the people of St. Lucia. This government has taken a balanced approach, ensuring that such measures are aligned with the broader fiscal policy and debt management. So you see, Mr. Speaker, it's not just about doing this and doing that. It is properly calibrated by a financeman as well as an economist. That is the member for Casris East and Minister for Finance. Now, if you see, it was Olympics. You see, sometimes you run and then you see who comes first and who comes second. You see this Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, if it were on the tracks, every time we go to the Olympics, we get in a gold medal. Every time we would go. And we are not just talking about regional governments, we are talking about the entire planet. We would get gold. He'll not be in the race. Mr. Speaker, we are a responsible government. Unlike the previous government, which left a mountain of debt and payables for us to manage, we are providing carefully designed relief that addresses critical social needs and national priorities. Mr. Speaker, on this note, this resolution is a continuation of a progressive policy agenda that is putting the people first, a mantra of our government. It safeguards the dignity and equality of our women and girls while simultaneously driving forward our transition to clean energy and sustainable development. It is a measure that balances compassion with responsibility and social justice with economic foresight. I therefore commend this resolution to honorable members of this House and urge its unanimous approval. Now, Mr. Speaker, I did say that I was going to address myself very seriously to a sharp contrast between this administration and the former one. And we can do that on any given level, whether we talk about taxation policy, where we look at economic growth, we look at the price of fuel, we look at all of that, including that article which is written by your chief economic advisor. And that article has been destroyed by self-combustion. Maybe at this time may not allow, but next time we shall dissect the anatomy of that article and expose its nakedness in the sunlight of pragmatism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government welcomes intellectuals who want to engage on the battlefields of ideas. We have no problem with that. They can come from CDB, DDB, whatever they come from. They must know that on the battlefields of ideas that we have the capability to degrade their propaganda. We have the capability to confront the arguments. I want them to bear in mind. And I told Mr. Tommy Descat in this house the last time that I spoke, there is life after politics. Do not devalue the currency of his professional integrity to try to promote what they did between 2016 and 2021 as good economic management. They should not do that, Mr. Speaker. And I told you 2 of the Japanese came and the 3rd one came, and the 3rd one just threw himself down with that exempted and 0 rated. So I'm hoping that they will regroup, reflect, have a better conversation with the people of this country when they have their little Sunday live, speak the truth to the people of the country, and I know very soon they'll come with their manifesto. Whilst we're preparing our manifesto, they'll come with their manifesto and try to mama-guide the people of this country. But Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pride to be associated with the member for Cassis East and this administration as we continue the forward movement of the people of this country. And I know last time we said, putting you first. And you know all the tax revenues and all the measures. Who are reaping the benefits? The people of the country. And in PJP 2.0, we will continue to harvest the fruits of our labor. Long live the St. Lucia Labour Party. Long live the member for Cassis East. Hasta la victoria siempre. Venceremos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ancillary Canaries.
I use it, once. Mr. Speaker, I wanted some time to ask the member for Library to lend me his tie, Mr. Speaker. It's a very special tie, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was wondering earlier if there was some issues with the audio in the House, Mr. Speaker, because I had some difficulty hearing the leader of the opposition's initial utterances to the House, Mr. Speaker. So I was just wondering, but given the member for Central Cassis and the member for Library, it seems that the audio is working pretty fine in the House, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I rise to commend the member for Cassis East, Mr. Speaker, for taking this bold and compassionate action to reduce the cost of living for the people of St. Lucia. But Mr. Speaker, before I do that, I just wanted the House to recognize that the highest tax to GDP ratio has been under the leader of the opposition. The highest. And the lowest has been under a St. Lucia Labour Party government. So this misinformation, Mr. Speaker, that we are taxing the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, is another example of misinformation and mistruths. The highest, Mr. Speaker, was under the leader of the opposition, and the lowest under a St. Lucia Labour Party government. But Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the leader of the opposition understands what he is doing to the psyche of this country, Mr. Speaker. What he is doing to the politics of the country, Mr. Speaker. When he goes about describing what happens in this country to the world, Mr. Speaker, because everyone is watching what we're doing. And when he makes certain statements, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering sometimes if he doesn't recognize that in the event of a change, he has to govern over the very same thing that he's trying to destroy. And it will not be as easy as he wants it to believe, Mr. Speaker. If he succeeds in his destruction, Mr. Speaker, the next 10 years, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia will be in a very, very serious position, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will move on to the more substantive matter. By expanding the exemption list, Mr. Speaker, and reducing the VAT on essential goods, Mr. Speaker, we are putting money directly back into the hands and the pockets of families, workers, and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, this is not theory, as the member of Library has mentioned a few moments ago, Mr. Speaker, of the so-called economic advisors. It is real relief, Mr. Speaker. Every time, Mr. Speaker, a mother buys any of the items contained on that list, Mr. Speaker, she will feel the difference. Every time a pensioner, Mr. Speaker, buys any of those items on that list, Mr. Speaker, they will pay less. That is the kind of leadership, Mr. Speaker, that this country needs. That is the kind of leadership that the Member of Parliament for Cashews is bringing to this country, Mr. Speaker. But when you have no responsibility, Mr. Speaker, when you don't have to grapple with the weight of your decision, Mr. Speaker, you could afford to say anything you want, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition does not have to deal with the consequences of what he says, as yet. So he is free to say whatever he wants. But there's a reckoning, Mr. Speaker, that is not too far from now. And if they think, Mr. Speaker, this is a giveaway, I ask them to look forward to the 2026-2027 budget, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, we will see what they will have to say at this point in time, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, this comes at the cost of revenue to the government. But this government, Mr. Speaker, doesn't solely exist to tax, Mr. Speaker, or to collect taxes. It exists, Mr. Speaker, to serve people. And when families have more to spend, when the economy grows stronger, businesses benefit, and everyone wins, Mr. Speaker. This measure, Mr. Speaker, is part of a wider plan to ease the burden, Mr. Speaker, due to global inflation, to strengthen our middle class, and to ensure the poor and vulnerable are not left behind. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a government in action, reducing prices, protecting people, and building a fairer economy for all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you also heard them saying, and I heard, I wasn't quite sure if I was hearing him correctly, but I could have sworn I heard him saying this is to do with a giveaway of some sort, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, feeding a child, easing a mother's burden, lowering a pensioner's grocery bill, these are not giveaways, Mr. Speaker. They are responsibilities of a caring government. If helping people, Mr. Speaker, is what the opposition calls populism, then I say to them, we will continue proudly to practice it, Mr. Speaker. I also heard, Mr. Speaker, that he made a reference to whether the savings essentially would be passed on to the consumer. Mr. Speaker, this government is not naive. We are pairing the VAT relief with the monitoring and engagement with retailers to ensure that the savings actually reach the people. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we say to the business community, do your part. Pass on the relief to the people of St. Lucia and help us, Mr. Speaker, grapple with the inflation and this fog of uncertainty happening in the global environment, Mr. Speaker. I also got a sense that he was referring to whether or not it will be for a very long period, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, the families need relief today and not tomorrow. This measure, Mr. Speaker, brings immediate impact and is the only one piece of a bigger plan: job creation, housing, youth economy, and investment in skills. All designed, Mr. Speaker, for a long-term prosperity. This, Mr. Speaker, is a balanced and fair approach to dealing with the issues of the state. Mr. Speaker, I could have sworn I heard the opposition also say that it was unsustainable. We call it, Mr. Speaker, compassion. They call it populist, Mr. Speaker. We call it leadership. While they argue this government acts, Mr. Speaker, and the people of St. Lucia will benefit, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there is also a lot of conversation about why are we doing this at this particular point in time. The election is not due for another year, Mr. Speaker. We are simply responding to the needs of the people of St. Lucia. And it always troubles me, Mr. Speaker, when they make this point that the government is raising more revenue. Who does the revenue belong to? Who does the money belong to? It is the money for the people of St. Lucia. And the more we have to deliver to them, the better it is for them. So I would like them to abandon this notion that the government is raising money as if the money it belongs to the members of cabinet or the members on this particular side. It is for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And every penny that we raise, it is accountable, and we could show where we've done with the money, but we could also demonstrate how we've redistributed, Mr. Speaker, what we've actually been able to recover today, Mr. Speaker. We've recovered it, Mr. Speaker, and we've redistributed it. When we came into government in 2021, Mr. Speaker, the Treasury was in a mess. It would have been an irresponsible Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, to have said to the world, by the way, I inherited a situation from the former Prime Minister, and it's in a diabolic mess. That would not have been the responsible thing to do. Even if, Mr. Speaker, it would have been the politically savvy thing to do. But it would have been irresponsible of the current Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, to say, no, he never said. He never said. The Prime Minister, Minister of Finance has never told the people of St. Lucia the exact danger we were in as of July 2021. When we came into the government, by the end of December, the debt to GDP ratio was 102%. 102%. When you add all the state-owned enterprises, all the DFCs, all the payables, have a look.
Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House. There's no document that shows the debt to GDP was 102%. I've looked at the social and economic review. The highest it's ever got to was at 91%. We've been through that discussion as to why that was, because there was a significant contraction in the GDP. So the member cannot just have a number and has no evidence of the number, especially if he's a sitting member of the House. That's a minister.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't actually, yet again, I think there's a problem with his audio.
Please proceed, member.
I could proceed. Mr. Speaker, the Economic and Social Review does not contain in the total figure contingent liability.
Member from Mico South.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask the member to have withdrawn that statement. There is absolutely no proof or any evidence that the debt to GDP when he came in was 102%, unless he's willing to provide it. But the Social and Economic Review certainly does not say that. And I would like him to either withdraw the statement, Mr. Speaker, or correct it. One of the two. But it cannot just stand, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, member for Ancillary Canaries.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Mico North, whilst he was the Prime Minister.
Just a minute, member for Mico South.
Again, Mr. Speaker, how can he just continue?
Member for Mico South.
There's no proof of it.
Member for Mico South, you are now offending the standing orders, which require the Speaker's rulings to be final. If you want to challenge the Speaker's ruling, there is a process on the standing order 41 and 37. Now, please take your seat. Please proceed, member for Ancillary Canaries.
Mr. Speaker, and that is the example that he wants the young people to follow. You are the leader of the business in this House, and you've made a ruling, and he's still on his feet. Mr. Speaker, before he left government, he commissioned a report. The report that he commissioned, that was not left on the shelves, was read. And
but just a minute, member from Mico South, can you turn off your microphone?
And it is that report, Mr. Speaker, that points to the 102% of the debt to GDP, Mr. Speaker. That is what it is, Mr. Speaker. And it's very easy, Mr. Speaker, for him to stand and say, I'm a minister I'm a minister today, but I was always able to read and decipher information. The member for Miku South, when you left government in 2021, the debt...
Member for Ancillary, what you decide is the truth does not matter in this house. It is my ruling that matters, and if you are offended by my ruling, Standing Order 41 gives you the avenue with which to dispense with that.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking for some clarification.
There is no clarification. I have made a ruling.
I'm just asking.
I have made a ruling.
I'm just asking.
Member, I have made a ruling.
I'm asking.
You will either take your seat or...
It is my understanding that members who are in government, when they're going to use statistics or provide numbers, have to provide documentation. The member has made a statement I know as the former Minister of Finance was not true. And I'm only asking, where did that information come from, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Miku South, I will not ask you one more time to take your seat. If you're not going to take your seat, you will be escorted outside.
That's become commonplace with you.
That's fine.
No problem
That's
with that.
fine.
Okay?
That's fine.
But I'm just asking, how can a member come to the House and not say something that's true and provide no evidence?
Member, please take your seat.
He wants clarification on the tax to GDP ratio. I come into that. He could consult the latest OECD report, revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean 2025. That's one. If you want the other information, sit with your gurus, use your calculator, and add up all the obligations of the state. Why are you pretending as if you don't know what to do?
Member, I'm not going to engage a discussion between you and the member for ancillary candidates.
Mr. Speaker, I must insist what the member just said.
Member, please take your seat.
But it brings me more concern.
I am asking you
what
for
the member just said, Mr. Speaker, makes no sense.
If you're not going to take your seat,
I must do a calculation, and it's on the basis of that calculation that's 102%.
No, that's not what I said.
How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker?
That's not what.
How does that make any sense, Mr. Speaker?
Member, if you're not going to take your seat, I will have you escorted.
Member for Miku South, I repeat what I said. With regards to the tax to GDP ratio, I'm coming to it. Because no, I'm coming to it.
Member for Ancillary Canaries, I made a ruling, there is no explanation to give.
So the tax to GDP ratio, Monsieur, you could refer the Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, to the OECD website, revenue statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean 2025. With regards to the obligations of the state, what I said to you, member, you could sit with your gurus and you could add up all the obligations that you referred to, because you said the economic and social review.
Member for Ancillary Canaries, please do not engage in a crosstalk and proceed with your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, it is very easy for the gentleman to sit there and say what he wishes. But the facts that the social and economic review, the member for Miku South, spells out the obligations of the state, right? It also, on a different page, because you're looking at it on your iPad now, if you add up the DFCs, the payables, all the other contingent liabilities, it takes the debt to 102%. That's your report.
Member for Ancillary Canaries, you are prolonging an unnecessary discussion.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Miku South.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, on a new matter, again, the member is obviously misleading the House, because clearly DHCs are not included in the debt to GDP number. So he's not taken your advice. He's opened up the Pandora's box. He has given an explanation, and that explanation makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, he cannot use the number 102%, Mr. Speaker. It's completely false. The numbers that we have to go by is the economic and social review, and there's a debt to GDP number there, Mr. Speaker. But even what he just said makes no sense. He's now saying that it includes the DSH, the DFCs. The FDCs.
Correct.
That's not true, Mr. Speaker.
Correct.
That's not true. So I'm asking for, Mr. Speaker, for him to withdraw the statement or provide a document that we know of that says it was 102%. Not some fictitious calculation that he's determined, Mr. Speaker. That's not how it works, especially a member who's in the Minister of Finance. So it means he has access to all the information. He ought to know it accurately. Give it to us accurately. What was the debt to GDP in 2021 or 2022? It's up to him.
By
It's in the
December
social and economic review, and at
31st,
no point was it
2021.
102%, Mr. Speaker. That's the only point I'm making. And he didn't take your advice, and he's opened it up and provided more details.
Thank you very much, member from
Can I
Mico South.
can I ask for it to be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker.
I have already ruled on that. Member for Ancillary Canaries, please proceed with your presentation
Mr. Speaker.
and desist from that crosstalk.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio when we came into government in 2021 was a significant issue. It was a significant issue. The Member of Parliament for Mico South is well aware that before he left office, he commissioned a report. He commissioned a report from an international agency asking them to give him options in how to treat the debt of the country. We received the report, we read the report, and the report made the following points. And one of the points that the report made was when you add all of the contingent liabilities, the debt to GDP ratio was 102% as of December 2020. It's not for me to play games with you, member. It's not for me to play games with you. I know how you feel about me, and you know how I feel about you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. So I have no intention, Mr. Speaker, of misleading any of my colleagues or the country on a whole. It is not who I am, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
you are doing exactly what the leader
my apologies,
of the opposition is doing, which is to disregard the ruling of the chair.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand in full support, Mr. Speaker, of the motion, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to those benefits, Mr. Speaker, being accrued to the people of Ancillary Canaries. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lucia, you're not speaking? Huh?
You don't speak for the speaker. It's just
Member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Give me a space. No. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the resolution of Parliament to approve the value-added tax order to allow for a reduction in price for the commodities which were spelled out by the member from Castries East, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought long and hard about how I should approach this debate, Mr. Speaker, and whether it was even worth, Mr. Speaker, standing and arguing with the opposition as to the importance of the commodities that are involved, Mr. Speaker, particularly as it relates to sanitary napkins and the support given to the women of St. Lucia and especially school children. And I thought that it had a taste of insensitivity, of disrespect, and a lack of appreciation of what we were dealing with. And I thought I should really not engage and try to convince the opposition why such is necessary. But, Mr. Speaker, what really disturbed me before I go into the substance of the few comments I want to make in relation to the resolution is the posture adopted by the leader of the opposition, and I wouldn't say the member from Strozel Saltibus, Mr. Speaker, but let me just target the leader of the opposition, because he started to speak on a matter of such importance by referring to the issue which concerns all St. Lucians now, that of citizen safety and security. And he stood up, Mr. Speaker, in his usual hypocritical style to try to give the impression that he cares about St. Lucians and that he has solutions, Mr. Speaker. And when one thought, Mr. Speaker, that he could not go any lower, Mr. Speaker, he tried to be emotional about it and to speak of the bloodiest Saturday in the history of St. Lucia and of all that happened Saturday past, Mr. Speaker. And I thought, Mr. Speaker, that a leader of the opposition wanting to convince St. Lucians that once again he is worthy of leading this nation probably could have been a little more transparent in his approach, Mr. Speaker. But I know he's a bit distracted, Mr. Speaker. I know he's distracted because as he turned to face you, Mr. Speaker, he saw in the background a young lady, Mr. Speaker, that is already causing such unease for him, Mr. Speaker. A lot of unease, Mr. Speaker. That's true. Now, he has a way, Mr. Speaker. The more he is challenged, is the more he gets arrogant. He's very predictable, Mr. Speaker. So much so that a member of his own party, a candidate that he just chose, Mr. Speaker, when he exposed him for what he was, he would go in public and condemn his own candidate. Now, you ever hear an party preparing for election, a leader doesn't like what the candidate says about him, so he goes out in public and chastises the candidate, the proposed candidate for Babono, Titus Preville, for saying that he can be considered when he really meant he's a reckless person, Mr. Speaker. Now, we all know, Mr. Speaker, that those individuals, Titus Preville, Tommy Descartes, they are all saying that their intention is not this election, they fight in next election. Because all of them plan to be leaders of the United Workers' Party. Now, just like me, I don't want to be leader of the United Workers' Party, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Seriously, Mr. Speaker, you know, I think I am mortally offended, Mr. Speaker, by such a comment. Now, you know, you could say that because the member next to you, the member of Social Saltibus, I'll tell you, I've known him for many years, Mr. Speaker, and he's a person that we have a very good friendship. But he knows that he should have been leader of the opposition. He should have been. And when after the last election in 2021, when the member from Cassius defeated him and beat him up in the last election, everybody wanted the member from Social Saltibus to be the leader. And I heard the leader of the opposition went to the meeting with an envelope, an empty envelope, and pretended he had his letter of resignation. But the member from Social Saltibus, you should have accepted the offer to be the leader of the party. The quality of discourse in this honorable house would have been elevated had you been the leader of the opposition. You allowed him, Mr. Honorable Member. You allowed him. And I'm sorry that you may pay the price in the polls for doing so. Yes. To continue to be the leader of the opposition, and the quality of political discourse in this country has sunk to a new low, Mr. Speaker, because of the leader of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. But his days are also numbered, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, listen to this. And the member from Cassius Central stated it. This is a leader of the opposition who, when he entered into office, promised St. Lucians that Kenya Anthony could not solve crime, but he can solve it. He said so. And we were reminded of that. He boasted he can solve crime. And within 1 year of being Prime Minister, the homicide rate doubled, Mr. Speaker. Doubled. We were not proud of where it was in 2016, but it moved from 31 to 60. And it continued to increase, and it is now totally out of control, Mr. Speaker. Under his leadership, that happened. Because you hear a lot in the United States about defunding the police. Do you know who defunded the police in St. Lucia? The member from Miku South. He defunded the police. Who took away the police training budget? He did. Yes. How many vehicles did he give the police?
Member from Miku South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading the House. The point of order, the member is misleading the House, Mr. Speaker. The member said I defunded it. Okay, when in fact, when you go to the Social and Economic Review, you'll see in fact we went from 88 million to 102 million. The money that he's speaking about for the training was only during the COVID period, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. So how can you say he's defunded it? Cannot. Again, the Social and Economic Review does not substantiate that statement, Mr. Speaker, and I'm asking the member to withdraw that statement.
Thank you, Member Mikusa. Please proceed.
So, Mr. Speaker, okay, he says it increased. Every year there's salary increase and expenditure goes up, so there's an increase. But you cannot state one new police station that was built under you, one police station that was repaired. You cannot speak of one vehicle you bought for the police. You cannot speak of any increase in the training budget. You cannot announce any new police officers that were recruited, Mr. Speaker. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker...
Member from Miku South.
Again, the member is misleading House. One simple fact, Mr. Speaker. It is my administration that worked with the U.S. and got the U.S. to reinstate training for our Marine police and some of our police sectors. The amount of training that we did on forensics, on the forensic lab, a whole host...
Remember, how does that defeat what he just said?
Because he just said we did not do any training. He can't say, actually, I can't put one training program.
He said you 3. He said you removed the training fund.
No, he said that before, and I've already refuted that. I'm saying to him, he said that we didn't provide any level of training. It is our government that was able to work through the impact situation created by the Labour Party okay, Mr. Speaker, and able to bring it to the point where training with the U.S. has come back. And my understanding is that the training with the U.S. now has once again disappeared, Mr. Speaker. So let us see who is the party that took away the training, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue. I will not go into impacts with him, Mr. Speaker, because he's the one who stood in Babone for a copy of the impacts report. Remember that, Mr. Speaker? Impacts report, he stood and he waved it. And he's the same one who announced that he had solved impacts ahead of the last election, that he had solved impacts. And that he's the one who promised that he would go and charge all the police officers involved. He's the same one. Since when prime ministers charging people in this country? Since when the executive is involved in judicial processes? But, Mr. Speaker, let's put that aside, Mr. Speaker. Let's put that aside, Mr. Speaker. So I am stating, Mr. Speaker, that he defunded the police. What the police needed then to continue the crime fighting, he denied it. And do you know how he intended to provide support to the police? By hosting balls, Mr. Speaker. Balls. Gala balls, Mr. Speaker. Rather than commit the resources of the state like it's been done now, Mr. Speaker. And tomorrow there's going to be another presentation, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister will speak about it later. That is what he reduced the police to. That is what he did, Mr. Speaker. And when we came in 2021, we inherited a situation that had gone out of control, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't totally under control in 2016, but it was nothing like what it was when we came in 2021. And the Prime Minister and this government has had to invest huge amount of resources to give the police the tools that they need for them to be able to fight this menace that is in our society. It's not easy. Everybody knows it's not easy, but we've said to the police that whatever you need, this government will go to whatever is necessary to get it, to make sure the police can fight and restore some semblance of law and order in this country, Mr. Speaker. And no other government in the history of St. Lucia has given the police more support and more encouragement than this government, St. Lucia, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this same leader of the opposition, and you would have seen it, first he posted a picture of himself, the Prime Minister, a couple of the persons, and said how, he has no hatred in his heart, and he wished we could go back to the days of brotherhood in this country where we can disagree with each other, and even release a video clip, Mr. Speaker, that he has no malice. I love all my opponents, and I love them. I don't have... He, Mr. Speaker, the man who said he was a fascist and he wanted all St. Lucians to be fascist and he wanted violence in this country and they will do it by any means necessary. He, the same person, Mr. Speaker, and that he would flog us in public, Mr. Speaker, on the square. And then he releases a video that he has love in his heart and he wish he could hug everyone, Mr. Speaker. Do I have to repeat the things he has done to me, Mr. Speaker? Me, Mr. Speaker. Just a few weeks before, Mr. Speaker. Who does he think he is fooling? Who? And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the character that's involved and why he must never be Prime Minister in this country again. A couple of days before the incident took place on the Saturday, he goes and addresses the nation. It's sinister, Mr. Speaker. And he can stand on a point of order and stop me if he wants. But I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, that he had every intuition that something was going to happen in St. Lucia. Yes. And he can stop me. And let me tell you why I say that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Member from Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, just to, on the point of hallucination, if you will allow me.
Are you yielding?
Yield? No, Mr. Speaker, let me proceed. When I finish your comment. Now, I did not say that he knew something was going to happen. Huh? I said he had every intuition that something was going to happen. Because, Mr. Speaker, oh, you know it. Okay. You know it, Mr. Speaker. Because of what has been happening over the last 2 weeks, and we are parliamentary reps, Castries North, Castries East, Castries Central, Castries South. You hear from your people who is vexed with who and who is threatening who, and you hear it, Mr. Speaker, on the streets. The police heard it too. He heard it too. So he goes and addresses the nation, giving his crime solutions and his crime fighting proposals, because he knew, he had every intuition that something was going to happen. And then it comes across that I have all the solutions because something may have happened on the streets. And the police fights every day to avert situations. Some happen, but we don't hear those that the police prevented from happening, because the police have intelligence, they act, and they stop some, and sometimes some happen, some incidents take place that they just could not stop from happening. So that's the character of the person who wants to be Prime Minister. He goes to address the nation. After having said how he has no hate in his heart, and you have no hate in your heart? When you try to destroy people's families, you say the worst things about their murders, about their children, Mr. Speaker. You know, say things about persons internationally so they can be destroyed, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to go into the litany. I'm waiting for that specific day when I will stand in this house and say all the things I have to say, Mr. Speaker. So I am saying, Mr. Speaker, that he knew what was going to happen. He had that intuition, right? Sorry, I shouldn't say he knew. He had that intuition that something was going to happen. And he went on the radio, addressed the nation, crocodile tears, Mr. Speaker, and all the solutions, Mr. Speaker. And then he comes to the house today, and you know what happened? Let me say further, Mr. Speaker. Let me say further, and he can stop me if he wants. When the incidents were taking place, there are candidates of the United Workers' Party that were celebrating, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I can tell you there was one, and you could all determine who it was. When it happened, took his phone, and there were people in the area, because they were in my constituency, and said what happened, and you could hear from what I was told. Their reaction is like, yeah, the government under pressure, yeah, things will happen and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, if the Director of Finance told me that, let me tell you. You know, and the thing about it, let me tell you the character. So his candidate, Tommy Descart, goes and cleans a gutter because he wants to show that he's a community man, he's cleaning a gutter. The leader of the opposition posts and says it was a fantastic initiative. Yeah. Excellent, that's what we should be doing. But he didn't go in the gutter and help him. You didn't go in the gutter and help him. Exactly. You should have come in the gutter with your boots. And I hope you go to Miku South and start cleaning gutters in Miku South like Tommy did. In Deraso, Mr. Speaker. You know, in Deraso, Mr. Speaker. That's the hypocrite of the man, Mr. Speaker. You know, that's the hypocrite of the man.
Just as he mashed up a bridge.
And you know, to come here this morning, Mr. Speaker, to come here this morning, Mr. Speaker, and then to want to offer condolences with the grieving family, and for him to express, you know, concern about, you know, what's happening in this country, I will say, without any fear of doubt, that he doesn't care a damn about this country and anything that's happening in this country, Mr. Speaker. He has one intention: to get back into power, to be Prime Minister, and to make everybody pay for the fact that he lost the elections in 2021. That's his sole motivation. That's his sole motivation, Mr. Speaker. and he's gotten a couple of individuals with him, and you know, they want to masquerade that they're the most brilliant economists. You see me? Let me tell you something. I don't have to pretend I'm any economist. I don't have to pretend that I ever went to school or I have any qualifications. I don't need to. I just have to deliver for my people of Castries South. That's all I have to do. When I'm in a university, and I can proudly say I've taught at universities, I can boast and pretend to be an academic. When I am parliamentary rep in the, on the streets of Castries South, I deliver for my people. That's what matters, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not involved in no argument about inflation, GDP, and all those things, and calculation of how much a car spend on fuel and all those things. I don't have that doing, Mr. Speaker. Persons that have never achieved anything, Mr. Speaker. You can speak of some of the great economic planners in this country. Osbert Dovey. You grew up as a young man admiring those persons. You heard about the Brian Leeses and all those persons. A lot of them who did fantastic work in this country under Sir John and under Kenny Anthony, and even now under Philip J. Pierre. You ever heard Tommy Descat? You ever done anything outstanding? Tell me one project. The only thing he'll be remembered for was he was chief economic advisor during COVID. And watch what happened with COVID. Watch how St. Lucia came out of COVID. But put that aside, Mr. Speaker. So I was really disturbed by the posture of the leader of the opposition. Really disturbed, Mr. Speaker. Because you thought he could not go any lower than he did, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, you know what I like about this resolution? And I said I'm not going to speak about sanitary napkins and those things. You know what I liked about it, Mr. Speaker? It is a continuation of a very progressive government efforts to improve the lives of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Prime Minister has said it many times before. We sit in cabinet every single Monday and we think of how we can make the lives of ordinary St. Lucians better. That's what we spend our time doing, Mr. Speaker. That's what we think about, Mr. Speaker. How can we put people first, Mr. Speaker? That's what we do. And we constantly find ways and means and discuss how we can make different sectors better, Mr. Speaker. Whether it's the young people, the sportsmen, whether it is farmers, fisher folk, Mr. Speaker, constantly trying to find in this global environment that is so challenging how we can make the lives of our people better, Mr. Speaker. We are possessed, Mr. Speaker, in that pursuit. And this is another attempt to achieve this, Mr. Speaker. Inflation is international, Mr. Speaker. I heard one of the gurus said there's nothing like imported inflation. But again, I'm not going to go and argue that. I mean, let the leader of the opposition correct him if he wants. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to find ways to make the lives of St. Lucians much better. And Mr. Speaker, I take pride in giving you my top 10 initiatives, Mr. Speaker, to make the lives of St. Lucians better by reducing the cost of living for them. The cost of living for them. I will give you my top 10, and I want the leader of the opposition to listen. Listen, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, Mr. Speaker, the removal of 6.5% service charge on goods, Mr. Speaker. Number 1. Number 2, the removal of VAT on 70 selected items. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, an increase in annual personal tax allowance from 18,000 to 24,000, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, an increase in the allowable expenses from 30,000 to 40,000. Yes. Number 5, the one that we are doing today, the removal of VAT on feminine sanitary napkins. We're extending it. We had done it before. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, all pensions are now tax-free. Number 7, December 2024, our first ever $500 Christmas bonus. And Mr. Prime Minister, I hope you give us the bonus again this Christmas, Mr. Speaker. We didn't get it. Well, I mean, you know. Number 8, Mr. Speaker, October 2022, $500 cash payment to every pensioner. Number 9, November 2023, $600 cash payment to pensioners, again another cash payment. Number 10, Mr. Speaker, August 2024, the government pensions increase as well as the NIC pensions increase. And I must put a number 11, a bonus, Mr. Speaker. I said top 10, but I have a bonus one. The minimum wage enacted, Mr. Speaker. So I've given you on your opposition side. You can mash up what you want. These points I give, these actions have brought benefit to the people of St. Lucia. You can mash up what you want. The only thing you can mash up is the destruction that you all caused during COVID, Mr. Speaker. This economy ended up the worst economy in the Caribbean and one of the worst in the world. That's what you all mash up. You all mash up St. Lucia. And we now had to rebuild St. Lucia, stabilize the economy, and now it's taken off, Mr. Speaker. It's taken off, Mr. Speaker. I'm not even talking about the vaccines and the 7 million, Mr. Speaker. You know, so yes, you can come with one. What are you going to say? 2.5% health and security levy? What? Huh? Gas prices. He says gas prices mash up St. Lucia. Now, do you honestly believe that you will go to St. Lucians and tell them, after I've given you 11 actions that have brought improvement in their lives, that the gas price in St. Lucia has destroyed this country? Yeah, think about that. Honestly, if you are believing that, then you're really, really delusional. Really delusional. And the member from Labrie told you the country with the lowest fuel price had the highest inflation. Highest inflation. Consider that. Consider that. Would you stand up anywhere and tell St. Lucians over the last 4 years they've not had a government that has repeatedly and consistently demonstrated that they care about them and brought benefit to them? Even you have gotten benefit. You now get a CDP allowance every quarter. Exactly. And it's only because of the benevolence of this Prime Minister that you're getting it. Yes. Because I spent 5-6 years in opposition and I didn't get a single allocation. Zero. Not a single one. Zero. You know what happened instead? The community center in Basta Joseph was stopped for 6 years. Cicero playing field was stopped for 6 years. Zero. The cotton Fuashi was stopped for 6 years. That's what we got. So when you talk about mash up, you all have a record of mashing up this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're hungry. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it to the member from Castries East, Mr. Speaker, to continue. I want to express my support for the resolution and, Mr. Speaker, to say that we will continue to find ways and means to make the lives of St. Lucians better. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Yeah, come. So. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion presented by the Prime Minister, which seeks to extend indefinitely the removal of VAT on sanitary products, but also, Mr. Speaker, to bring relief to individuals who will continue to participate in the green economy and who will continue to ensure that we move or we march towards a time when we will depend less on fossil fuels, photovoltaic products, and so on. But I wish, Mr. Speaker, to say to you that the people of Vieux-Fort North certainly will benefit from this, as, of course, it goes without saying, we do have ladies in Vieux-Fort North, many of whom go to secondary school, and just as the member for Labrie indicated, there are many people all over the world who suffer as a result of the concept of period poverty, and I wish to congratulate the government for going in that direction. Mr. Speaker, I watched and listened in dismay to the posture of the opposition over the last few months in regard to this matter. You know, Mr. Speaker, you really sit down and think about this, and you ask yourself, why should a parliament even spend so much time debating a matter like this? It should be commendation and parliamentarians coming to the parliament and simply saying that maybe we took too much time to do something like this. But you have the opposition in the public and in other places, you know, chastising ministers of government, accusing them of all kinds of things, simply because we want to bring relief to the people of St. Lucia. It is really shameful, Mr. Speaker. But I want, Mr. Speaker, to respond to a few comments. The leader of the opposition spoke to the health and security levy, and he indicated that the health and security levy was being collected and suggested that the government was putting pressure on the people. And he indicated, Mr. Speaker, he asked the question, what did we do with the money? Where is all of the money? And Mr. Speaker, I wish to once again remind honorable members that the health and security levy will not collect more than $35 to $36 million in any 1 year. Health alone, Mr. Speaker, if we look at the difference between what we got in the last budget and you compare it to what we got in 2025-26, you realize, Mr. Speaker, that there's a variance of over $14 million which went to health. What this means, Mr. Speaker, in the budget before, our budget in the Ministry of Health was $191 million. In the last budget, in this year's budget, 25-26, the budget increased by $14.996 million, Mr. Speaker. So there is an increase by $14 million, $14.996 million, Mr. Speaker. He continues to ask, where the money, what are we doing with the money? Mr. Speaker, if you subtract 14 million, and that's just the regular budget of the Ministry of Health, if you subtract that from 35 million, you will see already, that's just a minute part of the health budget. If you also look, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we have been spending, in addition to these amounts, we spent money, we continue to spend money on the Grosile Polyclinic, which is additional funds, Mr. Speaker, to improve the services at the Grosile Polyclinic. Where the money gone? That's what he asked. Where is the money? What are you doing with the money? We spent money, Mr. Speaker, on the Lauritius Wellness Center. They allowed the Lauritius Wellness Center to stay in abeyance, and the people of Dennery North suffered, Mr. Speaker. The Lauritius Wellness Center, as you may recall, there was a fire in 2015, and Dr. Kenny Anthony's administration allocated monies, and their government, the last government, Mr. Speaker, allowed the Lauritius Center to remain their burnt edifice. And we came in to spend money to fix it. Where are the money gone? Mr. Speaker, if you go to Babuno right now, the Babuno Wellness Center and the Foisson Wellness Center are currently under repair. Where the money gone? I'm just speaking health, Mr. Speaker. We have paid money to consultants to redesign the Cicero Wellness Center and the Lacroix Wellness Centers. And very soon, Mr. Speaker, we will come to this Parliament. The member for Castries South will explain to you what will happen to the Cicero Wellness Center and the Lacroix Wellness Centers. Where the money gone, Mr. Speaker? And he speaks about the health and security levy. The Vieux-Fort Wellness Center, Mr. Speaker. Hundreds of thousands spent at the Vieux-Fort Wellness Center. Where the money gone? Ancillary, Mr. Speaker, Canries, Vanna, all of these wellness centers, Mr. Speaker, will be rehabilitated. The Ancillary Wellness Center, additional services. Where the money gone? Mr. Speaker, $2.7 million into the Universal Health Coverage Program. And he asked a while ago, where the money gone? Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you where the money gone. Right now, over 3,000 women have gone to get their cervical cancer screening done, Mr. Speaker. Over 3,000.
That's where the money is going. And we are collaborating with the private sector, Mr. Speaker, to get the lab tests done. Pregnant women, over 2,000 pregnant women have received their ultrasounds and the blood tests done. That's where the money is going, Mr. Speaker. Where the money gone? At last check, we had over 500 men who have come in to check their prostate and to get cancer screening done without any cost to them. That is where the money is going, Mr. Speaker. Breast cancer screening, where the money gone? We bought 2 mammography machines, one at the OKEU hospital and one at the St. Jude hospital. Women are now getting mammography services with the latest scanners, the 3D machines, Mr. Speaker. That is where the money is going. Where the money gone, and he likes to say that. Where the money gone? Mr. Speaker, we have spent more money to procure pharmaceuticals. We have increased the budget, Mr. Speaker. When we came into office, there were about 2,000 and something people getting medication without any cost to them. Now that number has gone to over 12,000 St. Lucians, Mr. Speaker. That's where the money gone. Dental services, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that's where the money gone. The $25 million debt that they left for us to pay Cayman City. We came to Parliament and we have to pay it. That's where the money is going. Your debt, Mr. Speaker. And they like to say, where the money gone? Mr. Speaker, we have increased the amount of money that we are going to spend to ensure that we have more HIV services, Mr. Speaker, rapid test kits to test for syphilis and other conditions like that, $75,000 additionally. That's where the money gone. The money did not go to big parties in horse races when you and your group of people were there laughing where horses are galloping and the people were at the stadium. You know where the money is going? If you go to the St. Jude, well, you went to the St. Jude hospital site and you saw what was happening. I don't have to tell you what's happening there. You know what's happening. The millions of dollars we are spending to ensure that we restore the St. Jude Hospital to the people of the South and the people of St. Lucia. That is where the money is going. You ask where the money gone. I'll tell you where the money gone. Mr. Speaker, we increased contributions to the Owen King EU Hospital, the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, by $10 million over the financial period before. That is where the money gone, Mr. Speaker. Also, Mr. Speaker, we included money to facilitate salary increases for medical professionals, doctors and nurses, and so on, Mr. Speaker. The upgrade of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex, $2.5 million, Mr. Speaker. That is where the money is going. You ask where the money gone? The St. Jude Hospital, we increased their contribution, their subvention, by $1.7 million, Mr. Speaker. That is where the money is going. The money is not going in parties. And you know what they did at the time? When a particular company owed us taxes, they forgave $24 million and millions of dollars in taxes. All kinds of arrangements all over the place, while the St. Jude Hospital and other health facilities were suffering, Mr. Speaker. So that is where the money is going. You keep asking where the money gone. So the health and security levy, and as I said to you before, Mr. Speaker, about $35 to $36 million it would raise in any 1 year. And for health alone, I've told you, this Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, since he came in, has increased the health budget every single year, Mr. Speaker. Every single year has increased the amount of money going to Millennium Heights Medical Complex, has increased the number of medical professionals that we have put on permanent employment in the Ministry of Health, district medical officers and the like. We approved just recently about 16 of them, Mr. Speaker. That is where the money is going. And this Prime Minister has allocated, and in the final year, $10,000 to nursing students. So that's where the money which belongs to the people of St. Lucia is going. Where did you put the people's money when you were there? You spent $13 million to build a bypass road to facilitate horse racing and DSH. $13 million. But our money is the people's money.
It's not our money. When you were there, you played as if it's your personal money. We are here now and we are managing the people's money. So when the elderly people in St. Lucia say, and as the member for Castries South indicated, the elderly people, the retirees, they've been clamoring for years and years and years. And it touched the heartstring of the Prime Minister of a caring government. And it touched his heartstring that there are people who are going home with just $200 a month. There were people going home with $300 a month, $150, $150 a month. These are people who have served this country for many, many years. You ask where the money gone? Let me tell you where the money that we are managing for the people of St. Lucia is going. The Prime Minister has increased the amount going to the retirees, as the member for Castries South told you. That is where the money is going. And the Prime Minister has ensured that the public servants get something. The Prime Minister has ensured that the salaries and the back pay is paid. The Prime Minister has ensured that what we have to give to the people of St. Lucia, that we are doing our very best to give to them. We are not doing boxing in paradise with the people's money. That is not what we are doing. We are not doing boxing in paradise. We are not purchasing or renting tents for millions of dollars. What we are doing is we are taking that money, and we know there's a problem with pharmaceuticals. We have increased the budget for pharmaceuticals with the people's money. That's what we are doing. And what are we doing with the people's money? I will tell you, we have taken a loan, and thanks to the Saudi government, we have taken a loan to ensure that we complete the St. Jude Hospital. That's what we are doing with the people's money. We are directing the people's money to where the people need it. And what are we doing with the people's money? I will tell you what else we are doing. As part of this work to rehabilitate the St. Jude Hospital and to complete it, we are also ensuring that we use the money to rebuild a chapel at the St. Jude Hospital site that you broke down with a bulldozer. You ever hear people going and mash down churches? The chapel that was being built.
Member for Member from Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate the member's exuberance from the time that there's been a person announced for his constituency. But really, Mr. Speaker, that anybody broke down the chapel, there's no such truth to that. Nobody put any bulldozer to any chapel. He found the chapel in exactly the same condition that they left it in, Mr. Speaker. I would ask him to please withdraw that, because that is categorically a lie.
Member for Vieux North, the member from Miku South, stated he did not break it down, he left it exactly as he found it.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, he broke down 2 buildings at the St. Jude Hospital. We are now continuing to rebuild the chapel.
They removed the galvanized well.
They removed the galvanized. Yes, but it's okay. It's okay. Videos and pictures will come, Mr. Speaker, but I take it. So removing the galvanized is not breaking it down. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that while galvanized is being removed from a place that's supposed to be a place of worship, and while they abandon the building site, we are ensuring, if you go there now, that the chapel at the St. Jude Hospital site is rebuilt so that the people can go to the chapel to pray, Mr. Speaker.
Single mothers will go there.
Mr. Speaker, what are we doing with the money? I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that while they like to parade people who just bulldoze things and mash up things in constituencies, I also recall the member for Miku South was a candidate in Soufrière. He was a candidate in Soufrière, so that's part of the DNA, to just take equipment to mash up things, to try to build up things. So he went to Soufrière, and based on his exuberance, there is a very strong perception that his exuberance and his encouragement caused a bridge to be broken, Mr. Speaker. Caused a bridge to be broken. And so I'll tell you what, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, what the government He asked, Mr. Speaker, he asked. Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition just likes to quarrel. I don't know why. He just likes to quarrel. Take it easy. The drums. He's mentioning drums. Don't worry. Drums come in. So, Mr. Speaker, he likes to break down things. He broke down custody suites. So I want him to stand up on a point of order. Let me sit down. You me kwaze bay, you me go tractor, go bulldozer, go video akwedi, you ka kwaze bay pour faire bay. Hein? You me kwaze bay. I kwaze, il fait mouna soufouye, kwaze un pont, dernière fois il a été vle monter pour élection. I kwaze custody suites avec bulldozer. C'est ça you habitué faire. You bulldoze des buildings à St. Jude. So you me bulldoze bay. Ma qui ça bulldoze ni a dan yeme bulldoze by quoi. And he got bulldoze own party. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the DNA of the gentleman. He likes to bring tractors and heavy equipment in places, even if they have no permission. Even if they have no permission, just to say they are building things. And his candidates are doing the same. Bulldozers and tractors to say they are doing things. But, Mr. Speaker, tanto. So let me tell you what we are doing with the money, Mr. Speaker. In Vieux-Fort North, there is a wonderful playing field at Grace, for those who don't know. For those who say they want to give Grace a playing field, the Grace community has one of the best playing fields on the island. And the Minister for Sports can tell you that. One of the best surfaces on the island. In fact, that is where the Grace Combined School holds its annual sports meet. The same Grace Combined School you're talking about. Some of the best footballers played football on that Grace field. Sheldon Emmanuel was the captain of the St. Lucia senior football team. And he came from Young Roots, which was a premier football club in St. Lucia, has won national competitions on the Grace playing field. And you can Google with your phones now, look for the Grace playing field. So we have a beautiful playing field at Grace. You know what the government is doing with its money? We are maintaining the Grace playing field among others with the money. That's what we're doing with the money. And when you are in government, you stop the NICE program, and the fields in Vieux-Fort North, the playing fields in Vieux-Fort North were kept undeveloped. Work was done on the Grace playing field by them. They went to Dennery and took some used lights from the Dennery football field and put it on the Grace playing field. They took some electrical thing, they did some work. That is the last of it. You want me to tell you what else we're doing with the money? If you want to talk about playing fields and you're building field for Grace. At the Bellevue playing field, we are spending the people's money to rehabilitate the Bellevue playing field. The lights are already there and the surfacing will be completed soon. Let's talk about playing fields. You want to know what we're doing with the people's money? You go to the Vigier playing field, a playing field that was kept when the Labour Party was in government. When the UWP came in government, they abandoned it. When we came back to government, I put in work in that playing field. We removed the stones and so on. We removed the boulders. That was done by this administration. And now it's being maintained. And the Vigier Primary School now uses that playing field for sports. That's the work of this government. Let's talk about playing fields. The Opicon playing field, which is a smaller field, is being maintained by this government. We have to rehabilitate it, but it's being maintained by this government. That's what we're doing with the people's money. Let's talk about playing field, since you all want to build playing field in Vieux-Fort North. And probably about playing field. the Monkayan playing field. And Mr. Speaker, all of this is happening because this government, because of its policies, and the fact that we have removed VAT on so many things, all of this is happening. Yes. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, the Monkayan playing field, we have used equipment to ensure that we clear the drains, and we are rehabilitating. So, Mr. Speaker, I am just giving him what we are doing with the money. Because he, Mr. Speaker, said, he asked what are we doing with the money? And the Minister for Housing said it. The Minister for Housing said it. The repair of houses. And you know what else? VAT has been removed, Mr. Speaker, on building materials for a number of years, and the people of my constituency are repairing their houses a little easier because this government has removed VAT on a number of building materials, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what's happening with the money, the farmers, Mr. Speaker, the farmers of Vieux Fort North through the Ministry of Agriculture, the insurance, Mr. Speaker, not only that, when you look at the supplies that have been given to our farmers over the years since this government came into office, Mr. Speaker, our farmers have benefited. What are we doing with the money? He asked, what are we doing with the money? If you go to Savans and you look at the completion of the Savans fisheries facility for the people of Vieux Fort North, that's what we are doing with the money, Mr. Speaker. And the list can go on and on and on. So for me, just as before, you know, the lessons are so similar. In the last election, Mr. Speaker, the candidate came and said they are putting water at a place called Fonkapesh. They made a big thing, big television, big screen, all kind of thing. They are putting water for Fonkapesh. When we put the pipes, we did all of the work, we lost elections, and they're putting water for Fonkapesh. Oh, Musa not doing nothing, we're putting water for Fonkapesh. Leaks. This time, it's not just leaks, Mr. Speaker. It's more leaks. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you also that the people who purchase groceries in Vieux Fort North, both men and women and young people, will benefit from the policies of this government where the removal of VAT is concerned. Jean Vieux Fort North qui a gagné commission, depuis le 1er août, moi si vous avez puis en chaque ces commissions à descendre. Avec l'argent ça ou sauvé ou ça fait l'autre bagaille avec lui parce que le gouvernement ça l'a concerné about puis bagaille en supermarket, puis matériaux avec bagaille comme ça. Mr. Speaker, I'll just give you a few examples quickly. Yeast 6-pack. Okay? $15.95 was $15.95, now $14.18, Mr. Speaker. Anchor butter, 227 grams, was $13.05, now it is $11.60. From $13 to $11, Mr. Speaker. $13.05 to $11.60. Baking powder, Mr. Speaker, was $61.95, now $55.07. It was the one that was $61.95 is now $55.07. If you look at Baker Chief ketchup, from $23.95 to $21.29. Chicken franks from $9.98 to $8.88. Barn baking powder from $65.81 to $58.50, Mr. Speaker. Baron ketchup 750 mils, from $7.05 to $6.27. Bermuda's Creeks, 283 grams, from $6.50 to $5.78. Spring water, 106 grams, from $4.63 to $4.12. Salted butter, from $17.95 to $15.96. Black eyed peas, from $6.09 to $5.41. Flash oats from $15.75 to $14, Mr. Speaker. Chicken luncheon from $9.25 to $8.22. Frozen pork carcass from $20.90 to $18.58. Heinz ketchup 3-pack from $60.95 to $54.18. Magg's coconut oil from $12.08 to $10.74. Cheddar cheese from $34.10 to $30.31, Mr. Speaker. I can go on and on and on and on. This is a caring Prime Minister. This is a caring government, Mr. Speaker. This is a Prime Minister who cares about us and about the people of St. Lucia. Ça c'est un Premier ministre qui a gardé la terre cette lycéen, Mr. Speaker. Ça c'est un Premier ministre qui ni chai en dit de chez nous. Ça pas un Premier ministre qui a parlé parole vanta et couillé nous vieux non. Ça pas un Premier ministre qui a voué candidat li tout partout en pays a fait bagaille sans permission. Ça pas un Premier ministre vaille-ti-vaille. Ça c'est un Premier ministre qui concernait about Jean-Pays cette lycée. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support the changes, I support the VAT motion, Mr. Speaker, not only because it will benefit our girls, our ladies, and also those who are going into renewable energy, but also, as the Member of Parliament for Castries South said, and the Member of Parliament for Labrie, and all my other colleagues who have spoken before me, as they have said, Mr. Speaker, this is the DNA of our government. Putting the people first and doing what the people ask us to do. Putting the people first and doing what the people ask us to do. This hypocritical thing from the member for Choiseul. Oh, he's the one who... Can you believe all of what they have said about period poverty, Mr. Speaker, in the public? Today, the member of Parliament for Choiseul comes here and say they get so much licks on that from the public. He comes back here as if to sanctify and say, oh, he's the one who suggested it. Mr. Speaker, can you believe that? Can you believe that? When they're saying things on the platform, you don't stand up and say, you support it, don't say that. But in the parliament, you come as if you're so sanctimonious and as if he's a priest. Oh, he's the one who said to do it. Oh, we support it. I want every young girl in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, if you are 18 years of age, get your ID card, get your mother's ID card, your auntie's ID card, every young lady in this country to get your ID card, to give them licks in the ballot box for this foolishness they have you all on this period poverty. They don't like you all. They want you to remain in a particular way, just like in the member for Castries South constituency. They want you to stay by the sea without any facilities. That's what they want. They want you to remain in a particular way. They don't want you to elevate. They don't want you to elevate. We are the government of elevation, Mr. Speaker. They are the government in the doldrums of bringing you in the gutters, Mr. Speaker. They are the government. They want to bring you in the gutters. They want to bring you in the gutters, in darkness. They want to bring you in voodoo and in all kinds of superstition, going by an Indian lady down by the river in Viewfort North and Deriso, and doing all kinds of ceremonies, putting on a cassock as if he's a priest and a pope. You all forget that? We must not forget those things. Those things are very important symbolic things. Very important symbolic things, Mr. Speaker. I do not want the people of Viewfort North to forget that. The week before the election in Viewfort North, in the last election, they took 14 bamboos and they aligned them next to the church and next to the community center and did all kind of, some people somersaulting, some people doing jumping jacks, all kind of thing. But that's a serious thing. We have the pictures. And 14, as if 14 is some kind of number. And they went down by the river to do all kind of thing. They said they put my name on the coconut tree, all kind of thing. That is where they are, Mr. Speaker, the opposition. That's where they are. And I did not say it. It's recorded. It's recorded talking about bolom and all kind of nonsense. Instead of uplifting the young people of St. Lucia, that's where they are. And we ask our young women and our young people to reject that kind of politics. No voodoo and bolom taking you up. What you have to do is learn to code. Learn to code. Go to the youth economy and start your business. What you have to do is to go to the youth economy and start your business. Take the exemption on the building materials of VAT and fix your home. Work hard, study. 1 university graduate per household. Apply and apply to the ministry. Uplift yourself. Don't believe in this nonsense of bolom and voodoo. That takes you nowhere. That's only superstitious for people to make you believe it's not your own efforts that will lift you out of poverty. It have to be some bolom somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I support this. And as I always tell the people of V4 North, it is through hard work, determination, our talent, and honesty and truth that will lead us forward. That is what this government promises you. Not any voodoo and tricks and mashing up things without anybody's permission. That's not going to take them anywhere. So I urge once again before I sit, Mr. Speaker, the young people of St. Lucia to observe the differences, balance the differences, and see who wants to put you in truth. And in the future, artificial intelligence, coding, computer science, and the future, farming, increased technology in farming, hydroponics, all of those things, our government, that's where we want to put you. Don't let them take you into the darkness of oblivion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux North, I was just wondering, considering all those playing fields you have, is there any land left in Vieux North?
These are very tiny places.
Oh, okay. Minister for Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had a lot to say, but after listening to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even sure whether I should say anything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because, you know, it pleases my heart, Mr. Speaker, when I hear members of the government can come to Parliament and speak the truth based on facts, verifiable fact, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the opposition, they double speak. They double speak. They come to this house and they make pronouncements. It's the same way they say things about, say whatever they want, then the next time they go on television and they cry, or they come to this parliament or go to the press and say something else, forgetting what they said before. And they believe that they can put me under pressure because I told a journalist who, in a particular context, I told him that's not your business. So that's a big story. Philip J.P. I tell a journalist that's not your business. But I never said to the people of St. Lucia that members of the Labour Party should be publicly flogged. I never told them so. I never said that after the custody suite was advertised, the procurement method was clearly defined. When on the signboard that was being built, who was the contractor, I never went to the public and said anything about who the contractor was, Mr. Speaker. I never said so. So go ahead and make your story with, oh, I double speak because I said I never tell a journalist to keep quiet. But that's petty, Mr. Speaker. But let's get to the facts. Sanitary products, Mr. Speaker. When we made the pronouncements on sanitary products, a leading member of the opposition was on the radio, and I have it on my phone, Mr. Speaker, saying that that was the worst policy ever. Not even in Haiti that was happening. The two members of the opposition, I'm sure one was there, I don't know where the other one was. I'm not sure whether he was there. They sat there and they applauded. That was one of the best things said, Mr. Speaker. when the international body called them out and said that that was ridiculous, and we showed, and clips were shown of how what it really is period poverty, they recanted. And now the leader of the opposition says, oh, if you're doing it, do something good one time. Why didn't you say from the beginning it was a good policy and we should expand it? That is the double speaking. That's the double speaking of the leader of the opposition, and he wants to accuse people of mischiefs. He sat there, he applauded. When the other one attacked the commissioner of police, doing a crime, when there was an escalation of crime, they attacked the commissioner of police. Never said anything. But now he will come on television and say he has a solution for crime. Never says anything. Double speaks all the time, Mr. Speaker, and comes and believes that because he can say it with an accent, people will forget it. Sanitary napkins, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition says that his candidate was right because she said there was no VAT on sanitary napkins in August. And look now, there was VAT on sanitary napkins in August, and now we coming in the same August and making zero return, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just listen to that. Just make that make sense, Mr. Speaker. We are in the Parliament today making sanitary products zero rating without any end date. The last time we did that was 2 years ago, and the end date is August. We are in the same August, but to the leader of the opposition, that's a big point, Mr. Speaker. When in the same month, we are doing the same thing. That's a big point. A big point, Mr. Speaker. A big point. That is the double speaking, Mr. Speaker, of the opposition, led by its leader, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition comes and speaks about the 2.5% reduction of VAT. Our position was clear during that time. I have asked him, tell me what items or who benefited from the 200% reduction in VAT. He can never say, but I can tell you, and I can list for you 70 items that have benefited from the zero rating of these goods, Mr. Speaker. That's the difference. Tell me in fact, give me items, give me goods that the price went down when you reduced VAT. But I will tell you 70 items that when we zero rated them, the price went down, Mr. Speaker. That again is the double speaking. Speaks of the health and security levy. There is no health and security levy on food. We've told him so over and over again. Then makes the excuse about exempt goods and says we are helping business people. Listen to the double speaking again. The member for Sufre, she explains clearly what exempt goods means. Exempt goods mean that the merchant, the business pays the VAT, but the consumer does not pay it. That's exempt goods. What the business people were saying, and remember when they were talking about running the country as a business, you remember? Run the country like a business. He's a big businessman. You see what run the country like a business means. He said, the exempt, which we explained, that when goods are exempt, what the business was saying is they have to spread the cost of the VAT on the entire business so that they could, because they cannot claim the exempt VAT, Mr. Speaker. We explained that. When he was Minister of Commerce, he was written. He did not do it because at the time they wanted the revenue. That's why they didn't do it, because they wanted the revenue. We did it. What the minister is saying is when you exclude, when these goods are exempt and put them zero rated, the consumer will benefit because the business no longer has to pay the VAT on these goods. They can reclaim it now, Mr. Speaker. That's very easy to understand. That is very simple to understand, Mr. Speaker. But no, story, double speaking. Then what does he speak about? We should cap the CIF value the cost of freight, Mr. Speaker. But that's the same leader of the opposition who is against price control. So when you cap it, how do you know the businessman will pass it over to the consumer? Because you're against price control. But he doesn't say, look at the inflation rates, Mr. Speaker. When he was in government, in 2016, inflation was minus 3.1%. In 2017, inflation was 0.1%. In 2018, inflation was 2.6%. In 2019, inflation was minus 5%. Deflation. In 2020, inflation was minus 1.8%. In 2021, inflation was 2.4%. In 2023, it was 4.5%, and in 2022, it was 6.4%. That is the economy we have to manage. The economy he had to manage suffered from deflation. Prices were going down. A fact. Prices were going down when he was in government. With us, inflation is the highest it has been for decades. That's what we have to manage. And you come and you talk, you try to, there is no imported inflation, and because of this and that, Mr. Speaker. That's what we have to manage. We have to manage the highest rate of inflation for decades. That's what we have to manage. And inflation is a word used all over the world. The American elections fought on inflation. The elections in Canada fought on inflation. Every country in the world, inflation is a problem because of the war in Ukraine, etc. Inflation is a problem. But during COVID, there was deflation. Prices went down. So look at management when prices are down and management prices are going up through no concern, no action that we take, Mr. Speaker. So you mix it up. Inflation, there's no imported inflation. Then he speaks about the subsidy on rice and flour. But Mr. Speaker, again, misinformation. I am no economist. My politics is the politics of helping the people of this country. My politics is the politics I learned from my policeman father and my teacher mother. That's my politics. So I claim to be no economist. But I'm going to say to you, Mr. Speaker, ask your economic advisors, what is the meaning of giffen goods? G-I-F-F-E-N. Ask them. And they will tell you that when we subsidize rice and flour, what that means is that the lower income people always benefit, but the higher income people, they graduate because they no longer buy sugar by the pound, they buy it in packages. They no longer buy rice by the pound, they buy it in packages. They buy a higher quality of rice, Mr. Speaker, because their incomes are increased. So when you speak about the subsidizing of rice and flour doesn't benefit everybody, that is not altogether true. The figures have shown that, Mr. Speaker. The lower income people will continue. In fact, the given goods tells you that the consumption of these basic goods may increase if you allow the price to go up and you don't control it. And that is what the minister is doing, Mr. Speaker, when she subsidizes rice and flour. But again, as usual, you attack it. The leader of the opposition says that he was not invited to any meeting of the electricity bill, Mr. Speaker. On the 6th of April, listen carefully, on the 6th of April, the opposition was invited to a NUC meeting. The NUC meeting dealt with capacity limits and renewable energy pricing. There was a consultation. The members of the opposition did not attend. But he comes here and says he was never invited. He did not attend. On the 6th of April, he did not attend, Mr. Speaker. Then he speaks about the incomes have not gone up. You might tell me the leader of the opposition can come to this house and say incomes have not gone up. You presided over a country for 5 years plus. You never saw it fit to increase the pensions, to ask the NIC to increase the pensions of these people, of the people in Miku South, or the people who used to get $200 a month pension. You sat there, you called them all kind of names. You never saw it fit to increase the pensions, Mr. Speaker. We came into government and looked at it, spoke to the NIC, and increased these pensions. You know what it means for somebody who used to get $200 a month pension, now they get $500. You know what it means to them? You know what it means to them? And you come and you come to this honorable house and you say incomes have not increased. And we're going to increase it more when the NIC can afford. Because every year from then, we have increased pensions by a particular rate as it relates to inflation. We did it 4.9% in 1 year and 3.7% in the other year. In total, 8% increase. It's not enough, but at least it's better than when you were there and you kept it at $200 and you refused to change it. And you tell the people of this country that we do not care about them, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, listen to something which a tourism minister, somebody who professes to be the guru of tourism, he criticizes people who he say come here to shop. So how do they come here to shop? They walk across the ocean, they walk in the sea. When they come, they just pick up the goods and they walk back. Airport departure taxes, not included. Boarding and lodging, not included. They only come here to buy rice and sugar and they go home. They buy nothing else. They don't go to the restaurants. They don't take taxis, nothing else. That's the guy who's a tourism guru, you know. That's a tourism guru. He doesn't understand the tourism benefit of shopping in the country. Doesn't understand it. Tourism guru doesn't understand, Mr. Speaker. That is why, and that's why he said, wow, wow, wow. But the facts are there to see, Mr. Speaker. When people come to shop, they don't come to shop buy only rice and flour and go back. So they walk across the ocean, buy rice and flour and go back. They walk from Matix and Lucia, right and go back. They buy other things. But you know, again, misinformation, misleading people. And I'll tell you something. Even if you see, yeah.
Ridiculous. Seriously.
Marketing campaign. Come to St. Lucia so you can get nice flour and sugar discounted and follow them to stay in the hotel. Really?
They walk. But they say at your hotel. They say at your hotel. You have anything matic in your hotel. And I forget about you. You see, they have people in your hotel. When they come to St. Lucia to shop, to buy rice, you should tell them, don't come to your hotel.
I'm going to start a new advertising program. I think that's a good idea.
You should tell them not to come to your hotel. That is a double speaking that you have. That's a double speaking. You always want to mislead people. The point I'm making is when there is something called, when people come to the initial shop, even though they buy rice and flour, they buy other things. That's what I'm saying. And they stay in hotels and they shop in restaurants. So I'm saying to you, do not pretend as if they only come here to buy rice, flour, and sugar. That's the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker. But you just said they're buying it. Mr. Speaker, you know, these are the diversions. These are the diversions. I'm not going to go on that track with you. These are the diversions you want, Mr. Speaker. You are self-righteous. You're self-righteous. These are your diversions. Trying your best not to stick to the point, diverting people, trying to put people off this. But you're not going to put me off. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that when people come to St. Lucia to shop, no matter where they come from the cruise ship, or they go to Point Surfing to shop, when they come to St. Lucia to shop, no matter what they shop for, it benefits the people of the country. That's all I'm saying. This is a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, again, fails to tell the country that the reduction of VAT is not only on sanitary products. It was on building materials. Look at, sometimes in this country, some days, you cannot get ready mix in this country because of the building boom that's happening in this country. Sometimes you can't get materials, you can't get cement because of the building boom, Mr. this country, Mr. Speaker. The investments in this country, there has never been that level of investment in St. Lucia for an entire decade. And I heard that the Grosley police, the police headquarters in Grosley was planned to be built on the exact site by United Workers' Party. Everything they did not do, they would have do. Everything they did not do, they would have do, Mr. Speaker. Look at your record. Go according to your record. You were in government. Look at your record. Look at agriculture. Look at health. And we can stand and we can debate on any topic. And you've seen we are better than you. Any topic. Crime too. We can talk about crime. We can talk about crime, Mr. Speaker, but we're not going to use crime as a political football, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about women's rights. You can talk about how we've improved the lot of women and children in this country, not only by legislation, but by action. We can talk about it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to compliment my colleagues for their support. I want to thank them for telling the people of St. Lucia what this government is doing, Mr. Speaker, so they can debunk the double speaking, Mr. Speaker, because what you'll hear on Thursday is a whole lot of double speaking, trying to pacify recklessness, trying to do all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, because the truth is what will set us free, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And I look forward to the other resolutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 2 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include Schedule 1, Number 2 order as zero-rated goods, the following customs tariff headings: sanitary towels, pads and tampons, napkins and similar articles of any materials. And for an additional period of 1 year, commencing from the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, a supply of components of photovoltaic systems intended solely for harnessing solar power under the following customs tariff headings: solar panel mounts, data loggers, complete systems, charge controllers and inverters, deep cycle batteries, communication cabling, Ethernet switches, protected devices, communication devices, cable isolator switches, isolators, MC4 connectors, battery clamp junction boxes, combiner and combiner boxes, solar panels, direct current DC, alternative current AC cables, control devices, other DC and AC components, and control components. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House stands suspended until 4:30 p.m.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 4:30 p.m. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Of Parliament. As you can see, the sergeant is just making his way out. It's important to note that thus far we've only had a discussion of one motion, and as you heard, the House will resume at 4:30. But once we started this morning, there was a statement made by the Minister for Infrastructure, the parliamentary representative for Castries North, and he was giving an update on the electricity bill. He said that the government was again holding back, postponing to get to grant the request of certain individuals and entities who wanted to make an input in the to the bill. However, what we were witnessing earlier on for the better part of today is a motion which resolved to remove the zero I will read the motion as it is stated on the order paper. It says that be it resolved that the Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment which amends the Schedule 1 of the Act to include in Schedule 1 as zero-rated goods. And the goods that are being referred to are feminine hygiene products. It also involves the second set of products, also involves some what is termed the photovoltaic systems, that's relating to solar power and solar energy. And basically what this resolution seeks to do, it will extend for another year the status of zero-rated goods for feminine hygiene products and those solar power systems. So the resolution reads that for an additional period of 1 year, which is starting on the 2nd day of August 2025 and ending on the 1st day of August 2026, the supply of components of those systems. So basically, it is this resolution is extending for a further year the status of zero-rated for those photovoltaic systems. In the case of the feminine hygiene products, what the government has said, and that generated a lot of debate. I think almost all the members of parliament contributed to that. And of course it was a highly contentious debate. But what the government is asserting to do is to permanently keep those products, the feminine hygiene products, as zero rated. So it is a permanent decision that those sanitary products, feminine hygiene products for women will be termed as zero rated. I just want to quickly speak on the contribution of the Minister for Commerce, that is the parliamentary representative for SUFRA, Ms. Emma Hippolyte, and she spoke extensively on the government's attempts at limiting prices, and you know, in context of not only the feminine hygiene products, but she says that the government is facing a challenge. She went into great detail explaining the difference between imported inflation and its impact on our country. She said that government have employed several means to contain the rise in prices. One of which she speaks about is the subsidies on rice, flour and sugar to the tune of millions of dollars. She said that the government is subsidizing rice, sugar and flour. She spoke about some items being placed on price control. And she said even with those items that have been placed on price control, she said that she had calls from the public and people are stating that, you know, those items are in effect rising. And she was saying, you know, there are some things that the government has no control over in terms of landing rights and you know, and certain other landing costs, you know, which government cannot control, and in which instance that it would impact the rising cost. Ms. Hippolyte also spoke about the service charge and she said what her government was looking to do is to remove service charge on certain, even on those items that are VAT exempt, to contain the rising prices. But I just needed to point out Emma Hippolyte's contribution to this debate, because this was the debate the thrust of it, and this was the only motion that was discussed in the House today. As you see, the House has adjourned, and we will resume at 4:30. But here's my colleague Michael. He may just want to round up what happened following this debate.
Merci, Virgil. Ça me ça dit, c'est Virgil about détail. Moi-même, parti la plus bonne heure, avec moi bien content où j'ai abonné tout le détail là. Mais en créole, ça nous a dit que ces motions, seule motion que discuter aujourd'hui, c'est pour le gouvernement continuer à tirer un VAT à sous. Ça y est que sanitaire bagaille femme qui a servi pour ça c'est situation femme pour certains produits pour servir pour occuper koyo avec un gouvernement qui comme vous dit qui a essayé de garder sur sa chaîne d'affaires VAT ça là pour tout le temps. Passer pour un certain temps. Mais aussi, l'année comme courant, ça veut dire que photovoltaïque, bagaille, il a servi pour électricité, bagaille comme ça. Le gouvernement a continué à VAT là pour l'autre année à ça. Et nous avons contribution à ça, Premier ministre, qui est aussi le ministre pour les Finances, lui qui fait présentation, lui qui présentait un cahier concept en motion avec des gens qui parlaient. Ensuite, c'était on a Emma Hippolyte, même parlement pour souffrir. On a Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot parler comme ces femmes aussi, il parle en contribution. Il dit comme c'est lui qui ministre qui est responsable des affaires femmes, il fait en contribution. On a Alan Chancellor, qui est même parlement pour soutenir cours. On a Richard Frederick aussi parler à Sui avec on a Albert Baptiste qui a représenté la Bouyogé avec on a Wendy Ward qui même parlement pour la Slawi Kanawi avec Dr. Ernest Hiller qui a représenté Sud-Casti et on a Moses Jean-Baptiste. Ils ont tous parlé à sous motion cela. Nous avons dévié comme vous dites à 4h30 pour plus à sous sa capacité en cas concept. West Epino, nous avons dévié à 4h30. S'il vous plaît, nous avons demandé pour West Epino.